very excited to be here for Foundation for the Future's April Conversations for the Future event. Today we will be talking about energy in the space industry, always a very exciting and timely topic. My name is Rachel. I'm a reporter for Payload Space, a media outlet covering the business and policy of the space industry. So I'm very excited to be here today and to chat with some of the very exciting speakers that we have lined up for this morning, beginning with Robert Firebach. So I will introduce Robert Firebach to us all now. He is president of Maritime Launch USA Incorporated, the US affiliate of the new Canadian commercial spaceport based in Nova Scotia, and founder and CEO of Zero G Launch, a Washington, D.C. based company deploying a fleet of specially modified commercial aircraft to provide high precision microgravity flights and horizontal air launch services to the fast-growing aerospace industry. During the past 25 years, he held CEO, CCO, and VP leadership positions at EchoStar in the Netherlands, SES Global in Luxembourg, various Eutelsat and Viasat partnerships in France, Italy, and the USA, Hughes Network Systems International Division, Space Systems Laurel at Maxar, and SpaceX, the private rocket company. Mr. Firebach also led the commercial launch of the world's first Ka-band spot beam high throughput satellite for Eutelsat. Mr. Firebach holds a bachelor's degree in computer science applications from the University of Utah and an MBA from the Thunderbird School of Global Management. Robert speaks 7 languages fluently and has lived and traveled across the planet. Robert, how are you doing this morning?
I'm doing very well, Rachel. Thank you very much for having me.
Absolutely. Excited to hear your presentation.
Well, wonderful. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity. Obviously, one of the issues when we're talking about energy and space is it's a very, very broad subject. And as I realized with a 15-minute presentation, you can't cover it all. So I'm going to be centering my presentation basically around spacecraft, different spacecraft power systems. And hopefully the conversation will spur some good questions and some good Q&A at the end. But it's a bit too broad to be able to cover everything. So I'm going to start right now, and then hopefully we can have a good Q&A after that. I'm going to put myself in screen mode here and share my screen. There we go. Okay, just to make sure that you guys can see it all in full screen. Okay, if it's all good.
It looks great.
I'll proceed. Okay, well, thank you very much. Again, as Rachel mentioned, I do have a couple of different hats. One of the hats is my own venture that I established a couple of years ago. And we're getting close now to the point where we can actually envision having our first aircraft flying by the end of the year for a zero-G launch. And like Rachel said, it's a specialized network of highly modified aircraft to provide high precision services to the microgravity industry and zero gravity testing industry and air launch services. With Maritime Launch in Canada, by the way, I want to announce that the company is going public as of next week in the Canadian NEO Stock Exchange. So it's a very exciting time. I am the president of Maritime Launch USA Inc., based in Washington, D.C. And the spaceport in Nova Scotia has the widest range of inclinations available anywhere in North America from one single point for rocket launches. So very, very interesting, very exciting to be part of that. And I will continue now with just a few words on my thoughts on energy and space. So if we look at the spacecraft power systems that come in the design of any kind of spacecraft, typically you will have a few modules, right? You will have, for example, the solar panels. That's a really key component of any satellite system because that is using solar power to basically power all the electronics on a satellite, all comms electronics, any kind of devices, any kind of communication links and so forth on the spacecraft. So that's a very key component. And typically they're very, very large, so they can amass as much sunshine as possible. And they have to be folded in when they get stowed for launch into the fairing of a rocket so that they can then be extended and deployed in space. The other component in a spacecraft power system is, of course, gas thrusters or ion thrusters for that matter. that are used for maneuvering the satellite, and basically for putting the satellite in its orbital slot and keeping it there. On a geostationary satellite, you have a defined orbital slot that you have to keep yourself in vis-a-vis all the other satellite neighbors that you have there. And to do that, you must use these thrusters to station keep. On LEO satellites, you have some similar kind of issues. You must maintain yourself in that same sort of orbital plane vis-a-vis the other satellites, or if you're a constellation operator, for example. So ion thrusters or gas thrusters, for that matter, are also very, very useful and necessary for that. The antennas and electronics in a satellite, of course, are consumers of power, right? They don't generate any, but they are vital into communicating from Earth to space or space to Earth, and communicating among themselves. And for the sensors that they have also for detecting their positioning in space and so forth. So a lot of electronics in a typical satellite that consume a lot of power, right? So the fuel tanks in a satellite are typically what will define the lifetime of a satellite. And the fuel tanks, of course, allow the thrusters and so forth to do station keeping on a satellite, right? To keep it in the orbital slot, as I mentioned. So those are vital, and the amount of fuel you carry on a satellite will typically define how long you can keep that satellite in that particular orbit, right? The battery modules, of course, are the ones that store the energy that is being put onto the solar panels. As some of these satellites go around the Earth, sometimes they do come around areas where they're in the shade from the sun. And therefore, these batteries have to be able to store that energy to continue to operate when they're not under the solar influence. So another way of keeping the satellite in its orbital slot and keeping it sort of pointing in the right direction are what we call reaction wheels, or RCS, reaction control systems. And these are basically little wheels that spin, and with that spinning motion, they kind of torque the satellite into pointing in the right direction. So a lot of different elements that are in a satellite power system and pointing system that are consuming different kinds of electrical power that is stored in the batteries. So bottom line, a typical geostationary satellite will last roughly 15 years or so for its design lifetime. And a typical LEO satellite in low Earth orbit is typically designed for about a 3-year lifetime, maybe up to a 7-year lifetime. Much smaller satellites, they carry less fuel, and obviously you can launch many more of them as you want to replenish your constellation. So let's talk a bit now about some of the influences. And this is an interesting one that sometimes when I speak with people, even in our industry, they're a bit surprised about. What influences the lifetime of a spacecraft? And this is very, very obviously a key issue on the power systems of a satellite, right? So we have the solar winds. Solar winds are a constant flow of plasma that's coming from the sun. And those solar winds will obviously go in a typical direction from the sun outwards towards the Earth. And as we do that, we can use these solar panels either as sails, if we want the satellite to go in that direction. For example, a geostationary satellite, you want to station keep it, and now it's in its motion away from the sun. Rather than using thrusters for that, you'll use a solar wind. So you use the solar panels as actual sails to move your satellite to the position you want, thereby minimizing the amount of thrust maneuvers you have to do on that particular day. So that's something you can calculate on. You know how they're coming, they're constant. You can calculate that into your station keeping maneuvers and keep that satellite where you need it, if that's what you want to do in that direction, right? There's another one that is obviously the coronal mass ejection, or the solar flares, as we call them, right? Those are sporadic, non-constant. We know when a solar flare comes out of the sun, and we know how quickly it'll reach the Earth. So we can calculate that into our station keeping maneuvers for the day as well. Again, using that either to benefit the movement in the direction we want it to go, or putting your solar panels perpendicular to the CMEs so that you don't push your satellite in the direction you don't want to go. So that's another one that we use in the industry basically on a weekly basis to calculate where we want to go and to push the satellite where we want it to go. Another interesting element there too is the position relative to the Andes mountain, the chain of the Andes Mountains or the Himalayas. Now, depending on where your satellite is stationed, and if it's a LEO or GEO satellite, you'll have these two massive rocky deposits on Earth that do have an influence of gravity, believe it or not, on this tiny satellite in space. So that also has an influence on how you keep the satellite relative to where they are vis-a-vis the Andes or the Himalayas. Another interesting factor here that also comes into calculations is the high and low tides of the oceans. Now, mind you, when you have a high tide in the ocean, you have a lot more mass of water that is actually exerting a higher gravity pull onto your satellite. Again, you don't think about that very much, but those high tides are a massive amount of additional gravity that does tug that satellite downwards vis-a-vis a low tide situation. So that comes into the calculation as well. So the people that are, doing these station keeping maneuvers keep very, very close tabs on that particular item as well. Therefore, the thruster operations that are done on a daily basis take into account all these different factors so that you can maximize the amount of lifetime on the satellite by minimizing the amount of thrust maneuvers that you conduct on a daily or weekly basis as well on the satellite. And that will determine to you what your lifetime on the satellite can be. Some of the big satellites, the GEO satellites, are designed for about 15-year operations. By optimizing all these different elements that we talked about here, you can actually extend the satellite lifetime by 20% or more. And that's a huge, huge gain for a very, very costly satellite in space. So interesting things that happen when you have a control center that needs to keep into account all these different factors to maneuver and keep and station keep and optimize the operations of a satellite. So what is happening right now in the industry? We're looking at new sources of solar power or better solar power materials. We've been looking in the industry at some different kinds of alternatives other than the silicon-based alternatives out there. 3D printing technology now is becoming very, very mainstream, which allows you not only to produce solar panels terrestrially, but also solar panels in space. And you can actually 3D print solar panels in space for space. And when you look at perovskite, for example, it's a material that gives you a very, very optimized power to weight ratio, somewhere in the range of about 5 watts per gram. So it's a very, very interesting material to use in 3D printing technology. And again, those panels can be printed in space for space. So very interesting things happening here in this industry, which will be transformative in the next 10 years or so in terms of what we manufacture on Earth to take to space versus what we manufacture on Earth for space and use in space. Some of the alternatives for spacecraft power, obviously, are depending on the missions. Are for a deep space mission, you have, as the spacecraft extends itself in distance-wise from the sun, the energy from the sun becomes lower and lower. And so you have to power that satellite not with solar panels, because the solar panels just can't amass enough energy to power all the electronics. So plutonium-based energy power conversion is what's preferred, which basically grabs the heat of the degrading plutonium to convert into energy, into electricity. And that way you can have missions that last 20, 30, 40 years, like the Voyager missions, for example, that are now beyond our solar system. Those kind of things have to be designed in a different way. This is also an alternative for lunar and Martian rovers and some of the local power systems, either on the moon or Mars, to be able to provide energy for habitats, for example. In the interplanet transport area, we need to convert local energy from available resources that are there local. And one of the items that is now being very much looked in for new rocket systems are methane rocket systems, methane LOX systems that, for example, for Mars habitat, you can get a locally sourced methane from the atmosphere, mix it with oxygen for refueling your spacecraft for return to Earth. Otherwise, you have to stay there, obviously, right? So those things are being looked at very closely as well. And last but not least, there's some experiments and some trials that have been done with solar sails. And this means just grabbing very, very large sails that can actually move away from the sun, like a regular, parachute kind of thing, that will give you constant thrust from the plasma from the sun to continuously accelerate your spacecraft. By some estimates, you may be able to get up to 20% of the speed of light with constant acceleration on a solar sail. Again, a bit unproven, but some alternatives for solar power. Now, I want to talk about a few, leave this conversation here just with some food for thought. If we look at the industry from the beginning of humankind, at least technologically speaking, our humankind has now been launching satellites since the 1950s, and we've launched a total of about, give or take, 8,000 satellites in the history of mankind. In the next 10 years, we have 60,000 satellites today that have licensed frequencies from the FCC or from the ITU that are waiting to launch in the next decade. Now, maybe not all of them will launch, but they are already licensed with frequencies, and they are slated to be launched in a single decade. When you see the rapport of 8,000 satellites since the 1950s and now 60,000 additional satellites just in 10 years, you can see the amount of activity that's happening in space today. Very exciting, but also brings a lot of issues in terms of managing the space environment around us with so many objects flying there and orbital debris and so forth. So interesting things that come to light that I want to just leave the viewers here today with. Exciting times, but also very challenging times for us, for the industry. So with that, I'll leave the conversation. I think I'm close to my 15 minutes here for any Q&A, and take it over, Rachel.
All right, great. Thank you so much, Robert. That was really interesting. And for anybody watching, if you're in the Zoom, feel free to just turn your camera on and you can ask a question. For those of you watching through the live stream, you can drop a question in the chat and I will ask it here. But to get us started, Robert, you gave a really great overview, I think, of the general structure of a satellite and the structure of a satellite's power system. Is that pretty much standard across all satellites? And have you seen any innovation on that form to kind of reduce the amount of power sources needed to power a satellite?
Yeah, well, there are some innovations out there. As of I would say the last 5 to 10 years, so fairly recently, we've been looking at electrical propulsion. And what do we mean by that? Electrical propulsion means that you need to generate electrical plasma through some sort of conversion. So we're using, for example, xenon gas, which is less corrosive and less dangerous to maneuver with, vis-a-vis, for example, hydrazine or something like that. And we convert that into electrical plasma. And it's not as powerful as a thruster, a gas-based thruster, but it does give you that lift slowly but surely that you need on a satellite. Other operators are looking at converting water-based thrusters into plasma as well. So there's some innovation there in the area of using greener propellants and converting those into plasma for thrusting.
Absolutely, it's really interesting. Are there any particular, you mentioned a few different innovations on the kind of traditional solar powered systems that we see now, including the 3D printing solar panels and for future missions using locally available fuel sources and solar sails. Are there any innovations that are particularly exciting to you that you feel really need to be dived into a little bit further for the future of powering spacecraft?
Well, one of the interesting things that has been done, and it has been deployed a few times already, even on the ISS, are these rollout solar panels. They can be rolled into a tube rather than folded in in pieces. One of the limitations you have when you launch a satellite, of course, is the space that it takes inside the fairing. And the solar panels are typically very, very large in surface area, so you have to fold them very, very carefully, and they're also very brittle, right? So by rolling a flexible solar panel into a tube and just extending it out in space, that gives you an additional flexibility to actually roll out large solar panels. And that's been done by it's called the ROSA, the Roll Out Solar Array, ROSA, that's already deployed in a couple of the panels on the ISS, and is also being envisioned for some deep space missions as well, or some spacecraft missions. Interesting technology, interesting way of looking at it. And as I said before, also you can 3D print very easily entire solar panels in space for use in space as well. So a lot of innovation in the industry today to look at that particular problem.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm curious about your thoughts on where we are kind of in the timeline for developing energy systems for long-term human presences on the lunar surface and on Mars. Is there a lot of innovation that's needed in order to sustain a long-term human presence on the moon? Or do you think we're pretty much there and we just need to get going?
You know, probably a mixture of both, right? I mean, we do have good solutions that we know that we can use to power systems here on Earth, and we can do like things on the moon and Mars and so forth. But for example, if we just extend solar panels on Mars, we know that those can be problematic in terms of dust collecting on the solar panels. So we do have to look at alternatives there, unless there's someone there to clean them up every once in a while. So obviously using nuclear-based power is a good alternative if you can miniaturize that and make that safe for people in those habitats. But there's a lot of different things that are being looked at that are already realistically available that we just have to deploy into the different rocks around us, right? And that's a challenge, right? And how to make that safely and how to sustain that once we're there.
Yeah, absolutely. I want to ask a little bit of a different question. You mentioned in your presentation about ways to extend the lives of satellites. You mentioned that, let me see, that optimized station keeping maneuvers extend satellite lifetimes. Could you dive a little bit deeper into that and tell us a little bit more about what you can actually do to optimize station keeping maneuvers?
Yeah. Well, one of the tours we used to give when I was in Luxembourg working for SES, we had this room which were very thick windows that you can see all the quote unquote scientists that were controlling the satellites in there, and they were non-disturbed. You could just see them like in a fishbowl because they were heavy into the task of calculating and formulating and looking at all these mathematical calculations to absolutely minimize the amount of thrust maneuvers per day, right? And as I mentioned, you got solar winds, solar flares, the gravity from Earth that changes constantly with the mass of the oceans and the mountains and everything else that are exerting. And even two satellites, if they're very close, when they pass one another in proximity, like for example, for an orbital slot that has 5 or 6 satellites, there are a few orbital slots that have multiple satellites on them. As they cross over to station keep in that same little orbital slot, they exert a little bit of attraction to one another as well, believe it or not. So all these calculations have to be taken into account. And those guys are paid very, very well. These are people that are calculating, crunching numbers all day, just so they can minimize the operations there. And that was one of the highlights of the tours was seeing all these scientists, so to speak, controlling these satellites in the fishbowl, and when we brought people over to see the control center, because those guys are basically extending the life of your satellite significantly, right?
Absolutely. And that sounds like a problem that would, an intellectual problem, a problem that needs to be solved that would get even more complicated with the launch of 60,000 potential satellites in the next decade.
Yeah. I see the question popped up here. Only 8,000 satellites, and yeah, I mean, 8,000 satellites is a large number, but when you think over more than, what is it now, 65, 70 years since we started launching satellites, that doesn't seem such a large number, right? I mean, look at there are 100,000 aircraft that fly every single day, and we only have 8,000 satellites out there. Yes, that is true, but adding 60,000 to that population, and mostly in the low Earth orbit area, it does present a real challenge in terms of making sure that you're not interfering with other players in the orbital slots that you're operating in, and obviously mitigating issues on collisions and things like that. So it's a big issue for the industry, and one that we're very, very closely looking at into how to establish some rules of the game so that you're not just allowing satellites to stay there forever, right? So it's an interesting conundrum, but it's not one that the industry is tackling face on, right?
Absolutely. We have a question from Digital Habitats here. Would the problem of minimizing propellant use calculations not be addressed when we integrate standardized refueling solutions? Sorry, my thing is scrolling.
Well, I guess I can understand the question of refueling solutions, meaning refueling in space. Yes, that could be an option. Mind you, a typical satellite, depending if it's a geo satellite, for example, it's already been there 16, 17 years or so. Yes, you can refuel it and extend for a couple of years or 3, but the different electronic elements in that satellite and the battery in those satellites as well would have to be upgraded if you want a significant increase in the lifetime, right? Other than just a couple or 3 years. So, just like any electronic apparatus, those things do get a bit old over time. And frankly, they become pretty old technology as well. So those are the options that we have to keep in mind if we want to have, standardized refueling, standardized upgrades of batteries and maybe solar panels and other things as well, right?
Definitely. And we have a question from Yoga Bharatwaj Raman Mohan. Slight detour from energy in space, but what are your thoughts on the recent propulsion systems for rockets? He's especially curious about the spin launch system that NASA wants to try.
Yeah, interesting one. I mean, if you look at that, there were some interesting things like that were done, I believe, by either the Navy or the Army 40, 50 years ago, trying to launch items into space through very, very large rockets or cannons, basically, right? This is a different take on that because you're spinning it, centrifugal spinning at very, very high speeds before you actually release the spacecraft. Now, that brings a few problems, right? The spacecraft has to be designed a little bit differently because you're now converting centrifugal force into instant one directional force when you release the spacecraft into space. So there has to be a few design changes on the satellite so they can withstand these kind of rapid changes in the gravitational forces on it, right? The G forces on them. So, I think it's an interesting thing. Obviously, Spin Launch has been able to raise some significant funding for this. So very happy to see that work, obviously. But it's challenging from the point of view technically on how those G forces will act upon the satellite itself, right?
Yeah, it'll be interesting to watch.
Yeah.
I think that's a great question. Then this next one to end on. Todd Simon would like to know if you can direct us to literature for calculations on thruster and power efficiency necessary to power futuristic, highly sophisticated R-pod type operations.
Yeah, there are a lot of really good books out there. I would have to see. There's a lot of stuff there. I would have to. I can't point into one or another right at this very, very second. I can happy to send Rachel some links to some publications, and then she can just distribute that later on right now. But there's a lot of material there. I just can't pinpoint one specific versus another at this point.
Yeah, that would be great. And I can definitely forward all those on. But thank you so much, Robert, for joining us today. It's been great.
You're welcome, Rachel. My pleasure.
All right. And with that, we will transition to our next speaker. Laura Forczyk is in the chat, in the Zoom room right now. Laura, it's great to see you. So I will introduce
again for having.
Oh, can you hear me okay?
Yes, I'm on Hi-Fi hotspot. I'm hoping the Wi-Fi keeps for me. I'm sorry about that.
No worries at all. So right now it is time for What's Going On with Laura Forczyk. Ms. Forczyk is the owner of space consulting firm Astrolytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, offering space career coaching services and publishing industry reports. She serves as an advisor for Lunar Space Development Company and for All Moonkind, and she is the VP of Research and Analytics for the Beyond Earth Institute. She serves as a mentor for the Brooke Owens Fellowship Program, and she is a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions. She's published 2 books, Rise of the Space Age Millennials and the brand new book, Becoming Off-Worldly. Laura, it's great to see you. So what's going on?
Hey, thank you again for having me. And it was great to follow Robert once upon a time, who was my boss and one of the best bosses I've had. So hi, Robert. Really glad to be back. This topic this month is energy. And there are so many ways that I could have taken this topic, but I decided to focus on four main areas. And I'm glad that Robert spoke about solar panels on satellites, because I did not. So I'm going to cover some topics here that have some really interesting news. So back in 2020, May 2020, the Air Force launched the X-37B spaceplane uncrewed. What did it do? Well, if you can answer that question, I would love to talk to you. But one thing that we know it did, and it might still be doing, it's still up there. This spacecraft can orbit for years. One thing that it did was successfully test a Naval Research Laboratory experiment on capturing sunlight and converting it to direct current electrical energy. So this is what we talk about when we talk about space-based solar power or space solar power. However, this experiment was not meant to actually beam energy back down to Earth. It was just meant to do an orbital test, an in-space demonstration of the technology. So there is a test coming up, though, that is planning to do a test of beaming the energy back down to Earth. That is put together by the Air Force Research Laboratory. It is a $100 million experiment called, and I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, Arachne. I should have looked that up ahead of time. I apologize, but it is really cool sounding. It's projected to launch in 2025, and it really is meant to convert sunlight into energy, which beams back down to Earth. Now, back in December of last year, the Air Force Research Laboratory and Northrop Grumman demonstrated what they called a sandwich tile. It is a photovoltaic, I apparently can't speak this morning, I'm sorry, photovoltaic cell that enabled the collection and conversion of energy. So it's pretty key in the technology of space-based solar power. And what it did was collect, what they demonstrated in the lab at least, was receive solar energy and then convert it to direct current from direct current to radio frequency signals. And then the other side of the tile, so that was one side of the tile. It's called a sandwich tile for a reason, right? And then the other side of the tile had an antenna to beam the power. So this is where all the magic happens. Really looking forward to seeing how that project progresses. Again, plan to launch in 2025. I don't know when they're going to conduct the experiment and when they're going to give us the results, but that's really exciting to me, because as far back as I've been following the space industry, this has been a dream. Back when I was a graduate student, I was really into the National Space Society activities, and they were championing space-based solar power. So I'm sure many of the other speakers today will be able to tell you more about space-based solar power and all the history, the long history. But the bottom line is, finally, the US government is finally putting money and taking actions to try to figure this out. Now, why is this important exactly? Well, it might be obvious for military purposes, maybe not so obvious for general purposes. I actually listened to a podcast recently, I apologize, I don't remember which one, where someone was saying that they didn't see the point to space-based solar power because we get all of our solar power needs here on Earth just by ground-based solar power. But that doesn't account for the fact that there are people around the world who might want to be in remote areas and get electricity off the grid. And that's exactly why the US government, specifically the military, the Defense Department, is interested in this technology, because if they're deploying troops, they might want to beam energy back down to that specific spot. So maybe it's not such a surprise that other governments are also interested in this technology as well. Specifically recently, the United Kingdom. So back when the US Department for Business, Energy, Industrial Strategy, they published something called the Net Zero Initiative Portfolio. And they identified space-based solar power as a potential solution to get to net zero energy by 2050. So, governments make these kind of broad pronouncements that they're going to be energy neutral by such and such, or and it's great that they announced that and that they're focusing on space-based solar power. But it really wasn't until March that I started paying attention that maybe the UK is serious, because what happened in February was a Russian invasion of Ukraine, and Europe gets a lot of their energy from Russia. So Europe is very dependent on Russia for energy. So in March, the UK Science Minister George Freeman expressed support for using space-based solar power as a means of being less reliant on Russia for energy. Now, that seems to be a really down the road technology. So obviously it's not an immediate solution. But again, if their goal is to achieve net zero by 2050, then, at least they're investing that technology now. And maybe over the next coming decades, they can actually make that happen. China is also working on something with space-based solar power. They are trying to progress their Bishan Space Solar Energy Station, which has an aim of being functional by 2035. So that's a space-based solar power station in space to beam energy back down to, I'm not really sure where in China, but that is really cool that there's almost a competition. I'm not going to say space race, that's too cliche, but a competition where different countries now, for various geopolitical reasons or military reasons, strategic reasons, there might be more investment in space-based solar power. And again, I'm sure some of the other speakers are going to speak to more about what's going on with space-based solar power. But there is another side to this that I wanted to touch upon. We talk about dual use technologies in space. It is something that we're almost hypocritical about, in my opinion, where, for example, the United States government will invest in technologies that does something good and then criticize another country for investing in that same technology because it could be used for ill. And this is no exception. So I want to talk to you about the 2022 annual threat assessment of the U.S. intelligence community that the Defense Department put out recently. And I'm just going to read this verbatim. Russia continues to train its military space elements and field new anti-satellite weapons to disrupt and degrade U.S. and allied space capabilities. It is developing, testing, and fielding an array of non-destructive and destructive counter-space weapons, including jamming, cyberspace capabilities, directed energy weapons, on-orbit capabilities, ground-based ASAT capabilities to target US and allied satellites. Now, one thing I want to bring up, it's off topic, but I'm really excited for the fact that 2 days ago, I've lost track of time yesterday, 2 days ago, US Vice President Kamala Harris announced that the United States will be banning anti-satellite testing, kinetic anti-satellite testing for the United States. So we are taking that leadership position that we are not going to blow up our own satellites anymore, which I definitely applaud. But that is off topic from our topic here, which is directed energy weapons. Now, what is that? Highly focused energy, lasers, microwaves, particle beams, sound beams. Most often we talk about lasers when we talk about this, and they have pretty much unlimited ammunition because as long as they have power, they can fire. And we've used these on the ground, we being humanity, have used directed energy weapons on the ground. And this is something that's been talked about for a while to be used in space. People who are older than I am might remember under the George H.W. Bush administration, the Strategic Defense Initiative, also known as Star Wars, where they talked about using lasers as part of a portfolio, an arsenal to protect against missiles. So one of the things that never left is this idea of using directed energy weapons from space, specifically lasers. And it might come as no surprise that we are actually working, we being the US government are actually working on this. So last year, the Space Force Chief of Space Operations, Jay Raymond, actually did confirm, that's all he did was confirm it, that the US military is developing directed energy weapons. And this is something that we know like nothing, he refused to go into elaborate into it, it's classified, but we can sort of guess just based on history what that might look like. So really we want the capability of space dominance and however that might look. And we say it's for protecting our capabilities and our assets in space. But, if you're another country, you might see that as pretty, same way that we criticize other countries, they can criticize us is what I'm trying to say. But that is not my area of specialty, so I don't want to talk too much about that. I do want to move on to, an area that has been misunderstood as being negative, but is actually quite positive. And that is radioisotope thermoelectric generators. Back when I was a grad student, actually about a decade ago, this was the first space policy initiative that I actually championed. So I went sent to the Hill. I was part of the American Astronomical Society Division for Planetary Sciences Federal Relations Subcommittee. And at that time, NASA, United States, Department of Energy was not making plutonium-238, which is not weapons grade material. It is used for deep space exploration. We use it for, sending craft to Mars, deep space, even to the moon. And so we have several spacecraft out there that are currently using it or have used it in the past, or 1961 is actually when they first used the first RTG. So this is not a new technology. They're trying to improve it over the years. Of course, they've got new systems, new technologies, but it's not new. What it is vital, though, because as you get farther out into the solar system, the sun does not power things as well. It falls off by a power of 2. So what we need is some other energy source, and plutonium-238 is the most commonly used for these kinds of radioactive systems. And so the United States was no longer making it. We were relying on Russia at that time, but Russia, for some reason, I don't remember the details, Russia was no longer willing to provide us with plutonium-238, or they were running out and they wanted to use it on their own space missions. So back about a decade ago, I remember championing this. We needed to restart plutonium-238 because it took time to create this stuff to use for space purposes. And in fact, in 2014, that's exactly what we did, we being the United States. Combination of NASA and the Department of Energy went ahead and started reproduction of plutonium-238, which, again, is vital. We're going to be using it in Dragonfly to Titan. It's already being used on the Perseverance mission with Ingenuity on Mars right now. I mean, I could just keep on going on. There's so many missions that really rely on this source of energy. Again, the United States isn't the only one who's using this. Before I talk about that, I did want to talk about how NASA last year put out proposals to industry. You might have seen this for designing nuclear systems for lunar applications. So of course, we've got our Artemis program. This is the real focus of not only NASA, but international space activity right now, is getting to the moon and operating on the moon, right? Now, of course, we can and do use solar power on the moon, but we might want to consider alternatives, especially since there is a 2-week day, in a sense. It is a 14-hour day on the moon and then a 14-hour night. Did I get that right? I think that's right. And so we could use battery power, because solar power and battery power, or we could also use some other means. And especially if we're going to areas where deep in craters, there's not a lot of sunlight, or maybe into caves where there's not a lot of sunlight. So we might want to think about alternate ways to power our systems on the lunar surface or underground. So NASA put out this solicitation last year for industry to come up with ideas, solutions. By 2030, NASA wants to set up some kind of plant that continuously provides 10 kilowatts of power on the surface of the moon. And 10 kilowatts of power, that's about the average amount of power intake for a home on Earth, at least a home in the United States. Now, the United States is not the only country trying to work on this kind of technology. China is also trying to build a reactor that can generate 1 megawatt of electrical power. And India, Israel, is also trying to partner with industry for a 100-watt RTG. So, there's plenty more examples out there, but these are just more recent ones that within the past year are really in the news. And last, and maybe a bit different from what you were expecting, I want to talk about something new, which is energy dissipation. Sometimes we create energy that we don't want. And what better way to dissipate it than in the cold darkness of space? And so yesterday, a cloud computing startup company called Lone Star announced that it has contracted a ride on a company called Intuitive Machines. They are one of those commercial lunar payload services companies, CLIPS, and they have several missions in the works, actually, but the first mission is going to, at least it's planned to go to the moon next year in partnership with NASA. But NASA isn't the only one sending payloads on these. Nova C is their lander. And so these companies, these CLIPS companies, are also partnering with industry to bring payloads onto the surface of the moon. And one of those is that company Lone Star. They want to put a server on the moon. A data center in a box is what they call it. They want to install some kind of technology, a hardware. It's fairly small right now, but they've got plans for a series of data storage and edge processing from the lunar surface. And they have a series of things that they want to test on the moon to offer a more secure and environmentally friendly alternative to energy intensive servers on Earth. With recent technological changes, Bitcoins and NFTs and things that I don't even know. We are really ramping up our usage of servers on space. And those servers take up energy and they dissipate energy. So why not put it on the moon? It's an interesting concept. I admit I have not actually done any studies to see whether or not that makes a difference, but it's not particularly new. Last year in February 2021, we actually put the first server on the ISS. And since then, there have been more servers put on top of the ISS. So interesting topic. I look forward to seeing if there's any other companies that come out of the woodworks to say that they're going to put servers on the moon or servers in orbit or where else. And from here, there's a lot more topics I could talk about, but I'm just going to open it up for questions. And I might need to pause it at some point. For some reason, my son is coming and crying. But anyway, I will open it up for questions from here.
Laura, thank you so much for that presentation. It's really, really interesting to hear about all the different technologies that are being developed in for space energy. For those of you who are just joining us, if you want to ask a question, feel free to just drop it in the chat, either in Zoom or on the live stream, or if you're on the Zoom, you can just turn on your camera and ask it yourself if you prefer. But I will start us off here, Laura. I'm curious about your thoughts on the balance between the commercial space industry and the civil space industry, or civil space, NASA and government programs developing space energy capabilities. What do you think is the balance and the responsibility? Where do the responsibilities fall between the commercial space sector and civil space?
The responsibilities of government are to its taxpayers, or to its civilians, and so that might be putting energy, investing money into the latest technology, deep space exploration. The responsibilities of commercial companies is to their shareholders or to their employees. And so it's a different mindset where they're out there to create technologies and create applications for making a profit and hopefully also doing good, or at least benefiting somebody. But different mindset there of where the responsibilities are and what that even means. And so when you're talking about space, it could be that it's a complete partnership, a public-private partnership where government is perfectly aligned with commercial companies and they can plan together to do something. That's we're talking about the moon, right? That's Artemis. The perfect example are those CLPS landers that there's 4 of them now, 4 different companies that are partnered with NASA to land on the surface of the moon, and not just to carry government payloads, but also to carry commercial payloads. So they can make money through government contracts, they can make money through commercial contracts, and in all ways, we are advancing science and technology doing that. But then you've got the other responsibility of a government, which is to protect its citizens, right? To protect its assets, which is where the defense capabilities come from. And I know a lot less about that, so I'm a lot less qualified to talk about that. But that's a completely different responsibility that commercial companies don't have. But again, they can get that partnership together to. It doesn't all have to be government. In fact, a lot of the government is contracted out. The responsibility is contracted out to private companies, private organizations to partner with the government on those kinds of missions and goals. I don't know if that answers your question, but that's where I see things.
Definitely. No, I think that's really interesting. I know you're writing, or you have a book coming out soon called Becoming Off-Worldly, which I personally am very excited to read. I love it. The copy there. I'm curious about your thoughts about how optimistic you are about NASA creating a long-term human presence on the moon. I asked Robert this earlier, in the near future, and what kind of our energy requirements for a long-term presence like that would be.
Yeah, everyone out there who is a U.S. citizen, please talk to your elected representatives and tell them that you want a long-term presence on the moon. Because when it comes to the flags and footprints, we're good at that. We can go step foot on the moon, maybe do a few missions and then leave. Or we can actually stay there and be sustainable. So that's the current goal, is sustainability, but it's going to depend on how much money Congress gives to NASA. And so what we've seen is that NASA makes a convincing case that we should be going there but not necessarily for the reasons that involve sustainability. For example, China is partnering with Russia, or at least that's the current plan, to build a lunar base on the moon. And so it's geopolitical competition, just like during the Apollo era, that really gets the attention of lawmakers. They want to return to the moon before China gets there first, in a sense. And then we've got also other reasons why, but those are less seen as less important for whatever reason. I myself love the scientific technology and energy and knowledge that we get from the moon and all these really great things that we can learn, but that is less convincing. So what we've seen recently, for example, is the canceling of certain technologies, for example, in situ research utilization, ISRU. That is a fancy term meaning living off the land. So can we get technology that helps us stay there, because we can't bring everything from Earth? We need to be able to live off the land, to use what's there, whether that is energy from the sun or whether that is water that we get from converting regolith into its hydrogen and oxygen, and that makes water, and propellant also. So it really depends on whether Congress gives NASA that money, and whether Congress gives NASA that money depends on whether the taxpayers can convince Congress, and whether companies can convince Congress, and whether there's a convincing case that certain people can champion it through. Usually it involves jobs. Can NASA and these commercial companies provide enough jobs in key areas? That's the big question. So it's a lot less idealistic, as I'd like it to be, and much more practical in the sense of, is this good for the U.S. economy, for U.S. geopolitical leadership, for those kinds of reasons. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing if we can accomplish this, because I was not alive during the Apollo era, and so I really want to see more than just us doing a Lunar 3, Apollo 3. I'm sorry, like Apollo 3 Redux is what I meant to say, which is what's currently planned. Like just landing on the moon, hanging out there, and then leaving, which is cool and all, and I'm really looking forward to that, especially since we haven't done that since the 1970s. But that's not what I want necessarily. And if we're going there to learn how to live and work on the moon, so we can learn to live and work on Mars, then we need to actually stay there and get those lessons learned. We can learn a lot from space stations. We have learned a lot from space stations, but it's not the same thing as living on a planetary body. So if we want to go to Mars, we need to learn how to live and work on the moon. Long answer. I'm very passionate about that topic.
Absolutely. We have a comment here from Devin Jaffrey. I'm a member of the Planetary Society, and we just had our day of action where we met with congressional staffers, asking them to support a big budget for NASA. They do this every year.
Yes. If you're part of an organization, Planetary Society is a great one. Talk together in groups, or you can talk, individually to your, own elected representatives, whether that is state level, even more local, or whether that is national. Just reach out, phone, email, even old-fashioned letter if you want to. Just let them know why it's important. And NASA did get a really good budget increase with the current proposal from the White House, but it's Congress who actually funds it. So you have to convince Congress that they should fund the initiatives that NASA is undertaking to the extent that NASA wishes they were funded.
Absolutely. This question is maybe a little bit off topic on the energy front, but I wanted to ask you about the talent pool in space, because of your work with Astrolytical and space career consulting. I think there's this kind of gripe in the space industry that there is a talent shortage. People have a really tough time hiring. In your experience, is that what you've seen, and what can companies do to kind of alleviate some of these hiring struggles, these talent finding struggles that they're having?
Yeah, so to clarify, I'm not a recruiter, so I don't know the perspective from companies other than what I've read. So what I understand is that there's a deep shortage of people in like software and computer engineering, those kinds of technologies that typically larger tech companies get those employees, and it's not space companies. It's like, Microsoft, Google, wherever else that they're snatching up those people with those kinds of talents. And therefore there's a lack in the space industry, because the space industry is not historically known for doing software, even though software is involved in everything we do, cybersecurity, that kind of stuff. What I've seen coming from the end of my clients who are looking to either get a degree, they're still in school and work in the space sector, or they're coming outside of the space sector. They already have some kind of professional experience, whether it's science and engineering or whether it's communications or business or, something like that, where they are trying to figure out where they fit in. And now is a great time to enter because there's a diversity of opportunities out there, wide range of needs. I know that for example, people who have strong business and marketing skills are very much in need right now, although there's a hard time partnering them up with the companies that actually need them. So communications is always needed. I know that I need our communications, art, and marketing and all of that for what I do. And I am a scientist, so I'm not very good at all of those things. But yeah, there's really good ways to partner the people who want to work in the sector, who don't historically know that they can enter space if they're not an aerospace engineer, for example, with the needs that are out there. That being said, there's still a majority of need for engineers. So really good opportunity to jump in if you are an engineer or a scientist.
Absolutely. I have one more energy related, sort of an engineering question for you. It may be a little bit of a silly question, but how is collecting space-based solar power and beaming it to Earth different from just waiting for that solar power to get to Earth and collecting it there?
So the word there is beaming, right? I mean, you could say sunbeams, right? But so the sun is the diffuse, energy source. It shines everywhere. Clouds block it, but it shines everywhere the same. Whereas beaming, purposely beaming a power source, and it might not be visible light, or it might not be ultraviolet. In fact, it's usually the lower energies, microwave, for example, radio. We've got a puppy. I'm sorry about this. They're not supposed to be in the office when I'm in here, but I didn't lock the door. So the difference there is it's very directed, right? It is specifically going to a certain target. And there's challenges in that, very strong challenges, but there's opportunities to get around those challenges so that maybe if you are deployed out somewhere in, a remote part of the world, that you can get that direct beam of light, which offers a lot more electricity than just putting out a solar panel on, on a platform or something. And other people are much more versed in this topic than I am. So I want to leave that for future speakers who I'm guessing are going to be speaking later today. But there's a lot of information out there about how this technology really could transform providing power onto Earth, and also get us away from, burning oil and gas and fossil fuels, so that we can be more energy sufficient. Because space, for example, in this area, really is about making Earth better. It's about making sure that we can protect the environment here on Earth by, not continuing to pollute it in various ways. And this might be one of those really great solutions.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Laura. I think that's a really great place to end on. Thank you so much for that presentation today. It's really, really fascinating. It's been great to have you.
Thank you so much for having me.
All right, I'll let you go back to your full house over there. But thank you so much. I can see that the next speaker, Dr. M.V. Coyote Smith, is here in the Zoom. It's great to see you, Coyote. So to introduce Dr. Smith, Colonel Dr. Coyote Smith is the course director of Strategic Space Power with the Schriever Space Scholars in the Department of Space Power of the Air Command and Staff College at Air University at Maxwell Air Force Base, Alabama. It's a mouthful. He retired from active duty in 2016 after a 30-year career in various flying, missile, and space assignments. Notably, he led DreamWorks, which was the Future Concepts Office in the National Security Space Office, where he led the space-based solar power study from 2005 until 2007. His team won the 2008 Space Pioneer Award presented by the National Space Society, and later garnered top honors in 2016 Department of Defense fourth offset competition. So how are you doing, Coyote?
I'm doing great. Thank you very much for that nice, generous introduction, which I wrote myself last night.
I love to hear it. And I'm very excited to hear what you have to say about energy in the space industry.
Yeah, thank you very much for having me here. This is great that you have a venue like this and we're able to get together so easily. I think back in the pre-COVID days where we felt like we all had to travel across the country in order to come together and share these ideas. I really would like to think that our COVID experience taught us that we've got this magnificent platform that we can all get together on and share ideas more prolifically. I know that today This is my first presentation. I'll be doing another Zoom presentation with an organization out of the United Kingdom. And it would be impossible for me to travel to both places to do the presentation on this day. So let's thank our odd blessings that we've learned a new way of doing things. I'm sitting here at Maxwell Air Force Base. In fact, I'm surrounded by one of my classes on space power theory. I have officers here from not only the Space Force, but from the Air Force. I've got an Air Force Department of the Air Force official. I've got an officer here from Singapore, one from Thailand, and another one from Sri Lanka. It's wonderful coming here to Air University to teach, and also as a student, because we have a very eclectic community here. I'd like to just pass on one thing, that I am speaking in my personal capacity here. I am not representing the official position of Air University or of the Department of Defense. I'm speaking entirely on my own behalf. That disclaimer thrown out there, what I'd like to describe for you is some of the work that I did on space-based solar power in the 2005 through 2007 timeframe, and having stayed current with it ever since. I also want to give a plug right away to the National Space Society. The National Space Society has an absolutely fabulous online library of technical, political, legal, engineering, and scientific papers regarding space-based solar power. They call it the National Space Society's Space Solar Power Library. They have the largest collection of relevant space energy related documents posted there. I've also posted that in my bio, as you see online, with the speakers clauses, so you can find it there as well. Well, let me back up the clock to 2005. In 2005, an officer named Michael Hornacek graduated from Air War College, and he wrote a paper at that time titled "War Without Oil." Now, you think about 2005, he had spent much of his time in the Middle East, and he actually sought an opportunity for energy independence away from petroleum products that basically draws the United States and the Western world into areas where we're relatively unfamiliar. And in his description in that paper, were oftentimes unfriendly. Well, one of the concepts he had in that paper was space-based solar power. Mike Hornacek met me when I was running an organization called DreamWorks, which, as was described in my bio, is the future concept shop for the National Security Space Office. That worked directly for the Secretary of the Air Force and the Undersecretary, who was the executive agent for space at the time. And what is interesting about that office is the way we define security. Security for space professionals is not guns and weapons and offenses and defenses and etc. We define security much more broadly. We think about diplomatic security, informational and intelligence security. Yes, military security, but economic security. And underneath those, we talk about healthcare security, border security, energy security. And so it's under the bailiwick of energy security that this came to my attention. I met another individual named Peter Garrettson, who has appeared here a couple of times. And Peter became one of my very best friends. He and I would work future concepts for not only the Air Force, but the Space Force ever since. We discovered a few things that were stunning to us. In 2006, 70% of the casualties that NATO forces were experiencing in Afghanistan and Iraq were incidental to the convoying of petroleum in and around battle areas. Those improvised explosive devices that the adversary was detonating on our fuel convoys was causing a tremendous number of heinous accidents, injuries to our troops that were just horrible. The other thing we discovered is that the delivered price to a gallon of fuel at an Iraqi power plant, for example, was between $300 and $600 per gallon after all the expenses of the convoying, of producing the petroleum, taking it out of the area, refining it, bringing it back into the area via convoy, all of the damage and destruction that was happening at that time. And so, you know, contemplating war without oil became a very high priority for us. Well, the first thing we did, the three of us, Mike Hornacek, Peter Garrettson, and myself, we went to NASA and we asked them, who does space-based solar power? And NASA officials looked at us and they chuckled and they said, we don't do energy, go see the Department of Energy. So we went over to the Department of Energy and we asked them, who does space-based solar power? And they said, we don't do space, that's no. So we just happened to be standing in front of a mirror and Pete Garrettson said, you know, if you're looking for the people that do space-based solar power, look in this mirror, we're looking at them. And so we ended up having to meet with our bosses and getting permission to kind of pursue this effort. First people we met with were the Greater Houston Partnership. The Greater Houston Partnership represents big oil in the United States and big coal. And we suggested to them that they think of themselves as energy companies rather than petroleum and coal companies. And we suggested to them that in the 21st century that they would find themselves becoming a product like tobacco, less desirable, profits dropping, not good. We also recognize that there's always going to be petroleum and coal. There's always going to be coal is also steel, and we're going to need steel. We're going to need petroleum for things like plastics, and there are going to be certain applications energy-wise where petroleum is simply the best solution. But what we really wanted to do was leverage off of their profit in a public-private partnership that we proposed to them. We knew that the profits they distributed in 2006 were $1.442 trillion. The reason why I take that out to 3 decimal points after 3 decimal points is because those are billions of dollars, $1.442 trillion. We suggested to them that with a 10% investment of their profits before they share, matched by US government dollars, that we could create a space-based solar power science and technology, research and development, and fielding process whereby those companies could slowly over time, as they generate a profit with space-based solar power, recapitalize the investment that the government had made. Plus, they would stay in the energy business. All of their points of contact would stay in place. Their executives would not have to change. Their lobbying mechanisms in DC, their congressional contacts would remain intact, and we would not be upsetting the apple cart. Unfortunately, they did not embrace the idea. One company did, that was British Petroleum. And about the time they accepted the idea of actually wanting to do this, they ended up with that Gulf oil disaster that took place, and it removed any type of investment capital from British Petroleum for the long run. And that was tragic. Well, we started this project by putting together a briefing, and we went around to everyone in Washington, DC, pitching the idea of space-based solar power. We figured the giggle factor alone was going to get us thrown out of various offices, but it never did. We presented this briefing, and everybody would tell us, my office doesn't do anything about this, but you need to go brief these people and those people. And we received a list of people that we needed to brief. Well, now we were at Pentagon, folks, and this was not a funded project. So at our lunch break, we'd run into the bathroom, zip into a business suit, run off in the subways of DC and present to different government organizations. And we'd come back, put on our uniform, et cetera, with another list of people we needed to brief. But we were refining our briefing regarding the benefits and attributes of space-based solar power and the strategic implications for security, economic security, energy security, climate security. And with space-based solar power on orbit, we were also looking at things such as how it could be used for space debris removal to improve our stewardship of the space environment. We also looked how that additional energy could be used for planetary asteroid defense to neutralize those types of threatening asteroids that we see come in from time to time that cause some pretty serious damage. And so, as you see, we were having a much broader view. Well, at one point, the briefing was ready to go to the Secretary of the Air Force, but we had to go through my boss first, who was Major General Jim Armour. And General Armour, when Mike Hornacek and myself gave him the briefing, he was pretty astounded by it. He thought, well, this is good work. Who have you talked to? And we gave him the long laundry list of people, and we told him that everybody was accepting of the idea, but nobody had a place for space-based solar power. And he was not surprised by that because, as any of you that have worked with government contracting and trying to put things into the system, every dollar that we have now is already accounted for and being spent on some program. And so if you want to put a new program in there, couple things have to either happen. Some existing program has to either fail and you're able to insert your program in that failed slot, or they're able to complete a program and move it on. Well, that might take a couple of years. General Armour looked at us and he said to me, Coyote, this is just too important to the world, to the United States, our allies, and to everyone. I need you to lead a study on this. I'm going to give you a 120-day study. I need you to come back with me with a plan tomorrow on how you're going to use this to solve the climate, the energy, and a few other issues, problems. But I don't have a budget for you. Okay, so I go back to my desk and I'm sitting there and I'm thinking to myself, great. Solve the energy crisis, solve the climate crisis with no budget in 120 days. Welcome to the Pentagon. Yep. So I sat there and I thought to myself, I need to give him a plan in the morning. And looking at my rank, I was a lieutenant colonel, and realizing that he's a 2-star general, he was going to get a plan. And then I thought about it. You know, I've got this thing called the internet and email. And there's some little tools out there like Google Groups that I was pretty handy at. And I've got friends, and friends are the most valuable thing you'll ever have. And many of them are scientists and engineers. And maybe I can string a few of us together and we can come up with something in 120 days and present a briefing. Okay. So I told 2 friends about this, and they told 2 friends, and so on and so forth. The next day when I went in to tell General Armour that I had a plan for using the open internet, he looked at me and he goes, Coyote, we're the Department of Defense. We don't do our studies in the open on the internet in front of everyone. And then he thought about that and he said, you know, this is just too important to the world and to the United States, to our allies and to everyone. Go ahead and do it. If anybody gives you any trouble, tell them that I told you to do it this way. And I've got to tell you, when a general officer takes that degree of risk and unleashes you to work creatively, great things are going to happen. General Jim Armour remains singularly the best commander that I ever worked for. And presently he works for the Northrop Grumman Corporation. And that corporation is very lucky to have a gentleman like that working in their senior levels. That's not a plug for Northrop Grumman. That's a plug for Jim Armour. I'd like to also say that his deputy, Joe Rouge, who's still a factor in the Department of Defense, was also incredibly supportive of this effort. Well, I started on the internet, and before the end of the month, I had nearly 200 people contributing daily to our space-based solar power concept. We did this on the open internet for a couple of different reasons that became clear to us that we had stumbled onto a magic formula. Back during World War I, the United States was not able to make an aircraft. We had to fly British and French aircraft, not because we didn't know how to do it, but because the Wright brothers had secured a portion of the intellectual property on how to make an airplane, and Glenn Curtiss of the Curtiss Aviation Company had secured the other half, and they weren't sharing information back and forth with each other. Therefore, we couldn't build an airplane. And the federal government had to settle that with huge payments in both of those directions after that war. Well, by doing our study on the open internet with people volunteering their information, that became eminent domain where people can pursue space-based solar power in a commercial market without having to worry entirely about intellectual property being locked up, because we were doing it in the open environment. Later, our study would be called the first crowdsourced study on the internet. Can you imagine that? We didn't even have the term then, but that's how we did it, right there in public, so everybody could see, regardless of nationality or where you were from. It was our attitude that if anybody anywhere does space-based solar power, it is a win for all of us, because not only does it provide a source of safe, clean, green energy to the world, but in addition, it makes the rest of the world's energy resources available at a lower demanded market price to others. And we figured that that was going to be a substantial advance just for going down the road to pursue space-based solar power. Now, that said, I had to break my single website into several different websites and get different managers for them. I ended up having a gentleman call me named Art Dula And Art Dula is a patents and copyright lawyer. And he goes, Coyote, what can I do to help you? I said, how would you like to manage a website? He goes, okay. And so he is the president of the Heinlein Prize Trust. And if you know anything about Robert Heinlein said there's three things that humans need to do in order to become a multi-location species. First, harvest the resources from space. Second, space-based solar power. And thirdly, actually go and settle someplace else. And so I had that type of expertise. I had another lawyer contact me, and I recognized his name. And the reason why is because this gentleman hears all of his cases in front of the US Supreme Court. It was on a first name basis with the members of Congress. An incredible powerhouse. These are the type of individuals that I had. John Mankins, or as we call him, the evil Dr. Mankins. He has a master's degree, but the dude should be a PhD of space-based solar power. He has done most all of the technical science and pathway risk reduction along the way to space-based solar power. Just absolutely magnificent guy. He became one of our leaders for our engineering and science project. We had such a cast of characters. It was incredible. 120 days later, we presented our briefing to a collected group at the, what is it called? National Press Club. Astronaut Buzz Aldrin came to brief our space-based solar power concept. It was absolutely supported and embraced by the National Space Society and by the Space Frontier Foundation, who gave us strong support throughout the entire conduct of that study. Now, I do not need to convince this crowd about the need for safe, clean, green electrical energy being broadcast. And I don't need to go down the technical pathways of how it can be delivered, either through radio signal around 2.45 gigahertz, 9.2, 12.8, 5.6. These values have been talked about for years for power beaming. And in fact, the International Telegraphic Union has set aside certain frequencies for power beaming. Unfortunately, we have not advanced the science of power beaming quickly enough, and we're getting signal encroachment into those frequencies. We're probably going to have to be more zealous and step forward and secure those frequencies. The other thing I don't need to convince this audience of is that business is really the pathway of doing space-based solar power. An industry, a properly regulated industry, is safe. It doesn't come with all of the baggage that if a federal government stepped out on it, the risk of a military using it for sinister purposes. We wanted to remove those issues from the table. That's why the National Security Space Office was ideal for leading that study. In the years since, the value of space-based solar power has grown, and the business case continues to close. One of the things I find most interesting before I turn it over for questions is what SpaceX is doing. Now, their leader, Elon Musk, one of the charismatic leaders of the new space movement, has said publicly many times that he does not support space-based solar power because of the conversion problems, etc. But I'd like to point out that his company, more so than any other, is perhaps closing the business case on space-based solar power quite rapidly. Their idea of the Starship that can lift tons and tons of material to orbit is like the ideal vehicle for putting up space-based solar power satellites. The reusability, the lowering of launch costs fits right into that business model. The work that he has done on solar arrays and on batteries fits right into reducing the market cost of space-based solar power. Peter Garretson has recently done a set of numbers on the engineering state of play today and estimates that the value of a kilowatt hour delivered to a consumer is under 3 cents a kilowatt hour. Coal and oil are competing right around 4 to 5 cents a kilowatt hour. So it looks to us as if the business case is either closed or closing rapidly. And with that, I'd like to hand it over to your lovely audience for any questions and comments that they can direct towards me. And thank you very much for listening as I express my personal opinion and not that of the government.
All right, thank you so much, Coyote. It's really, really fascinating to hear. You know, it's an amazing story that you have about this journey to getting a space-based solar system in operation. For those of you who are just joining us in our audience, once again, you can ask any questions by dropping them in the chat, or if you are in Zoom with us, then you can just turn on your camera and you can ask the questions yourself if you prefer. But to start off, Coyote, I had a question that was it's a little bit, I think, of a foundational question about something that you said at the very beginning about energy security. Could you tell us a little bit more about what that is and why it's important, how the DoD is going about ensuring energy security?
You know, that's interesting. And I'm not going to state DoD policy. I'm going to describe for you how we kind of describe it here in our academic environment. We like to think about energy in terms of like a diet. Now, you know that there's carbohydrates and proteins and nutrients and minerals and vitamins that we all need. And when we think about energy, there's so many different forms of energy. There's wood, there's coal, there's oil, there's solar, there's wind, there's all these different types of energy sources out there. And, you know, some of them are kind of like, think of oil and coal. They're very energetic, very good, very easy to use. We've got a very mature type of economy that uses them very easily. But they come with problems, kind of like if you eat too much red meat, it comes with too much fat in your diet, a bad byproduct. The bad byproducts of fossil fuels, obviously, is the carbon contamination and other pollutants that like sulfur, et cetera, that we need to consider. One of the things that I'd like environmentally minded people to think about out there is two things while I bring up this point. Don't neglect the fact that sulfur and sulfur dioxide is also a contributing greenhouse gas. And our over focus on carbon is simply based on the fact that, well, that seems to be an easier thing to regulate and to focus towards a taxable type of commodity and a tax credit type of system. But don't discount the sulfuric acid and other contaminants that come off of those fuels. Again, with regard to energy security, your Department of Defense is leading the science and technology, often in research and development, to create energetic alternative liquid fuels. Now, what it is that embeds the energy value into petroleum is usually sunlight that bombards it and makes the hydrocarbons that we release through combustion. And we take a look at making carbon neutral fuels. Our jets right now are burning a type of green energy that has a very low type of emittance, but it's incredibly expensive. But by the Department of Defense making that investment in those kinds of safer energies, safer liquid energies, we're getting to an economy of scale where the commercial market can start advancing on that. And once it gets to the commercial market, those prices will go down, and the investment that your federal government has made in that type of safer, greener liquid energy will be passed along to consumers worldwide. That's one of the things that your DoD does that you may not be, you know, we think about airplanes, ships, et cetera. Think about the types of things your Department of Defense does in the security realm to try to improve lives elsewhere. And so I'm really quite proud of what the DoD has been doing with regard to greening our operations and the types of products that we use that will translate to the commercial and civil market.
Absolutely. I have a question here from Betty Boop, and then David, I see you've turned your video on, so I'll go to you after. But Betty asks, do you see the mission of the Space Force including space-based solar power, or is it strictly for national defense?
It's neither. I don't think it's a role for either the Space Force or for national defense. It is something that we want to see set up for the commercial industry. Now, I do think that the Department of Defense would be interested in being an early customer of a commercial space-based solar power platform, just as we are a customer of commercial communications satellite services. One of the things that people don't realize, your Space Force and those satellites on orbit recapitalize their value every 11 days. Your Space Force is a moneymaker for the US federal government. It's a profit center. Think about just GPS all by itself. GPS has done just an amazing job across our complete economy. The annual valuation of GPS prior to COVID was $380 billion to the US economy. During COVID, that value spiked as many more people found their workplace on the internet, et cetera. And all of the types of things that GPS brings to life for us. For example, a lot of people are unaware. The electric lights are on and the air conditioning is working here in Alabama because of GPS. Our population has continued to grow, but because of our sensitivities for environment, we have not been building additional power generation stations that would be contaminant. What we have done instead is we've maximized the power output of those motor generators at existing power plants and the distribution networks for that energy, using that GPS timing signal to harmonize the motor generators, to maximize the energy output, to optimize the distribution through those networks. Also think what GPS has done to the transportation industry. People don't get lost anymore. People go direct to their location in terms of aviation and shipping. Yeah, and also including me going to my son's soccer game this weekend. Whew. I would have, but I went direct without knowing where I was going. The valuation of GPS is lost in one sense. We probably have between a 17 and 22% improvement in global transportation because of that signal that we put out. Now, that $420 billion annual estimate that GPS is now worth is taxable revenue to the US government. So your investments in space, in the Space Force, is national infrastructure. Those military satellites up there, they're not just carrying military traffic, they're carrying all of government traffic. Think about the national banking, the treasury data that goes back and forth through those satellites. It's phenomenal. Market trade, credit transit, things that need super security go through our nationally secured satellite backbone. When we go to war, we don't have the luxury of stopping doing what we're doing globally all around the world. Our satellites in the Space Force are already at max capacity. When we go to war, we lease commercial services that give the surge capability to our military forces overseas, while your Space Force continues to do the things that support the global economy.
It's a great answer, Coyote. Thank you so much. I'll pass the next question to David. Oh, I think you just remuted yourself, David. There you go.
Hey, okay, am I on now?
Yes.
Okay, hey, good to see you. It's been a while. I was wondering if you have had any contact with the Texas officials that are responsible for the utility grid following the winter 2021 near shutdown, where we were about 7 minutes, or I think maybe even less than that, away from having a complete shutdown. Texas Railroad Commission, I believe, is studying what to do about this issue, and so I think that might be a good place to go follow up. Maybe you've already tried that.
David, thank you very much for that. I personally have not been one of the people that's been involved in following up. The Department of Energy, of course, is one of those organizations that does deal with the states and state-related electrical power initiatives. We have kind of privately worked with the electrical power co-ops in trying to convince them that instead of running coal and oil-fired power plants, they really should just put out into large fields receiving antennas to receive space-based solar power that they can turn around and meter and sell to their customers, keeping all of their infrastructure in place without the negativity of the carbon output from their power plants. You're right. I mean, the situation in Texas and in California, Washington State, in some areas of Oregon, are especially sensitive. We're worried about Las Vegas as Lake Mead starts losing its water supply over time. The ability of the great dam out there, the Hoover Dam, to produce energy is declining. And what is Las Vegas going to do? Can you imagine how sad it will be if Las Vegas sits there in the dark? It won't be Las Vegas anymore. Imagine what it would mean to Las Vegas if out in the middle of their wide open desert areas that they have, they put those receiving antennas and power Las Vegas through safe, clean, green energy. And you take a look at the money, the revenue that Las Vegas provides, they would be an early urban area that could actually invest in space-based solar power through companies in order to green up their operation.
Yeah, well, I think this one with Texas with the grid, I know there was interest a few years ago because of the way the grid is isolated in using the Texas grid as a kind of a pathfinder for EMP protection. There was, I think, one of the state senators that was trying to get a bill across to do some things to harden the grid. That was before the winter power outage. But I think if there's any way, we can try to start working with Texas, maybe the Greater Houston Partnership would rethink their position now if they, having had the power outage. But anyway, just an idea, it's maybe something, we could follow up with to address that.
I think that's just brilliant, David. One of the things that we have found, and it surprised us at first, but it was explained to us through a deep state bureaucrat, if you will. You would think that the U.S. federal government would jump on this, and that like the Department of Energy or maybe NASA would jump on space-based solar power. They're reluctant because they have their own programs and they have their own contractors, and all of those contractors have their own lobbyists. And none of them are doing space-based solar power. And even though, the opportunity to become a runaway profit powerhouse based on providing safe, clean energy to the world is just overwhelming. But we are reluctant as a government to pick it up and run with it. And it's not because the obvious signs are there. It's simply, gosh, it sounds like such a risk. And inside every organization, you'll always find those, I wouldn't call them anti-space, but space still has a giggle factor. Science fiction oftentimes has not done us a good service because it has oftentimes turned space and serious space proposals into punchlines.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you, David, for that question. And thank you so much, Coyote, for your presentation and for all those great answers. We're at the end of your time here, but thank you so much for coming on. It's been really great having you.
Thank you. Thank you to everyone.
All right, and we have our next speaker on the line, Ian Fiktenbaum, I believe is in the Zoom call. Ian, feel free to turn your camera on whenever you're ready.
Sure.
Hello there.
Yeah. Hello. Good
Ian
morning.
Good morning. Ian is the CEO of Bradford Space, a US-owned multinational space systems company with locations in Seattle, NYC, the Netherlands, Sweden, and Luxembourg. Ian led the current formation of Bradford and its current growth path into high performance and high mobility spacecraft. In addition to his position at Bradford, Ian serves as Senior VP at the American Industrial Acquisition Corp, AIAC, a privately held industrial group with holdings in North America, Europe, and Asia. Prior to his time at Bradford and AIAC, Ian was an investment advisor and banker for space and satellite companies and investors, assisting multiple M&A, financing, and advisory projects. In addition to the above, Ian is probably most famous for co-founding Zero G Kitchen, which accomplished the first ever baking of chocolate chip cookies in space. So Ian, it's great to see you. Great to have you.
Great to have you, and great to be here and talk about this expansive topic. So I don't know if there's any more introduction, but I'll jump right in.
No, yeah, for you.
And thank everyone else for watching. So I do have slides. I'm going to.
Oh, Ian, you just muted yourself.
I just muted myself. So I will bring up my share screen, and hopefully we do this right. So if everyone can see my screen. Can everyone see Bradford Space Mobility, Space Infrastructure, April 2022?
Yes, we can.
Everyone. Okay, great. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everyone. Again, I'm very pleased to be here and talk about our company and talk about what we're doing. This is going to be a little bit of a mix of what we're doing, but we're going to put it in the context of what is the benefit. What can space power enable? What can it do? How can we get there? What our company is doing to get there. So a little bit of background in case people don't know. And Rachel did introduce us a bit, but we're a global company, headquartered in New York, but we have operations across a number countries, Sweden, Netherlands, Luxembourg, also in the US, in Seattle and New York. And we're teasing a little, we have plans in northeastern Florida. Our heritage is more than outstanding. Over 2,100 of our products in space. Now, some of this comes from operations that have existed since the mid 80s. But a lot of it has been over the last several years in a whole different areas, whole different products across propulsion, attitude control, and even space station facilities. We have over 44,000 square feet of space. We have about 90 engineers, technicians, productions, admin, and growing. And we're growing in all the sites. And we have growth planned in Florida, which we're teasing on our spacecraft side of things. What is it that we make? We're showing you some pictures here. Propulsion systems is some of the most significant things that we're building. Our water-based propulsion systems, our green monopropellant propulsion systems. You have pictures of either of those. Also show a picture, very proud of our life science glove box. That's more in space station facilities. But they're, in terms of the propulsion systems, dozens of systems have not only been sold or flying in space to customers worldwide, and they're used for imaging, communications, spacecraft servicing, and even parts have been for deep space missions. We also, of course, build attitude control, avionics, thermal instruments, science facilities. This is a statistic I just decided, earlier this year, I said, I have to compute the statistic. And I calculated what do our customers, what do our users, how have they done in the world? And we computed, they've raised $2.5 billion in venture capital. During the life they've used our propulsion systems. So that's pretty, it says something about both the market right now, the development, and hopefully something about us. Customers across the board, a lot of big names, a lot of newer names, a lot of older names, but names around the world. We're very, very proud of our customer base. Hope to do doing more and hope to do more things with them in the future. But so moving forward, we've been known for subsystems, we've been known for components, we've been known for propulsion systems, but we asked a very serious question at Bradford about where we're going as a market, where we're going as an economy, as we're going where we're going as a civilization, and we asked, what would it take? And what would it take doesn't just mean what would it take to make the next better product, the next better system, but what would it take? And we put this in the context of this talk. But what does it take to enable a better future? How do you enable the conditions? Talking more about geography, access the potential of the solar system, whether it's just going further out from Earth orbit to the moon, cis lunar, or deeper into the solar system. How do you access the potential of the solar system, and how do you build the infrastructure of the solar system? And that's that deep thinking about what would it take is what we've spent a lot of time and also our own resources thinking about and developing. And I hope to give you a slice of what we're doing to get there. So when we talk about the solar system infrastructure, I don't want to be hazy about it. I do want to talk about what that means And it means a lot of things. As we go out and we access, we talk about either settlement or security, or resources or science. What does that mean? Infrastructure. It means transport. It means navigation. It means communications. It means reconnaissance. It also starts meaning data centers. It means compute power. It means power generation. The topic of this discussion. It means tow trucks and repair services. It means transit hubs. It means rest stops, fuel stops, border control. You go to another planet, that's going to happen. It also means, utilities, police, ambulance, fire. Of course, as this continues to develop and there's people, you want hotels, rest stops. So infrastructure is an expansive thing, and when you start thinking about the expansiveness of the solar system, you're going to need a lot of stuff, and it's going to serve science and human exploration initially, but it also serves security agencies. It serves resources. It serves transport ships, cargo resupply ships. So there's going to be a lot of things. So how do we start serving that when it happens, as it happens, as people continue to spend going out, and also have it applicable to today's market? You don't want to be too ahead of the market, but you also don't want to be behind. You want to build for the market as it keeps developing. So this next slide tells us, talks about how we view the elements that go into what is this infrastructure going to need, or what you're going to need to serve this infrastructure. Now we're talking about deep space, and we're talking about going beyond Earth orbit. So high performance propulsion is going to be key. It's not going to be the only thing, but it's going to be a huge deal, because we're talking about going farther out from low Earth orbit. But we also have to think about manufacturing and logistics. We have to think about payload integration. How do we integrate into the things that we build? And then, of course, how do you get low-cost power and low-cost compute, or a lot of compute, or a lot of solar power, because you're gonna need to move. You're going to want to do things, and you're going to need to do this in a harsher environment for everything that you want. So at Bradford, we're taking these elements. In some cases, they're capabilities that we already have. In some cases, they're capabilities that we're taking from experience, either our own experience or people who've come into the company's experience, and said, what is the set of things of infrastructure and spacecraft to do that? And we show the lines here. What does that come to? And it shows a little bit about the kind of vehicles that we're doing. What does it take to have those vehicles? What does it take to have modularity, affordability, agility, speed, manufacturing scale? And how do you do the things over the side? It's those list of bullet points that are very similar to what we talked about in the last slide. So going further into each one of these, we start about factory, and this is one area that we want to make a point here. Large spacecraft does not need to equal expensive. There's been a revolution in very small satellites. A lot of people are seeing what you can do with small satellites. A lot of creativity there, but we think we can do. We can scale up to larger and not compromise that much on the price, and that gives people a lot more flexibility and a lot more power and compute to do what they want to do, what they need to do. So what goes into doing this? What are the elements? Design for manufacture. That's important if you want to build from the get-go at low cost. We don't depend you can't depend from the get-go on volume. Volume gets you somewhere, but the design for manufacture is the key to getting low cost in a complex manufacturing environment like this. So everything we do starts from the mindset, what does it take? Design for manufacture. Design for rapid integration and flexible payloads. If we're going to build, we're going to build the things that allow rapid integration. Build and test with flight hardware. Wherever you can, build and test with the thing that you're going to fly. These are lessons that have it's not new to our company at all. It's not new to the industry at all, but it's part of how we're thinking about doing this. Fast access to multiple launch sites. As launch sites get established in a number of places, where do you want to locate? How do you access that? What is your logistics train look like? And that's again part of our what does it take? And of course, I put this in quotes. It's famous Elon quote: "The factory is the product." What we're building is tied to the factory, how we build it, and and that enables where we're going. So that's the manufacturing and logistics and the payload integration side. Now for propulsion, we think if you're going to do this, there's lots of different propulsions out there, and they fit lots of different needs, and they range from the very small to the very large, from the very simple to the very complex. We know propulsion, so this reflects a little bit about what does the world look like from Bradford. We believe it's not a controversial belief. The universe is large. The solar system is large. So if you're going to be talking about infrastructure, you can't have a static view. You have to think about what is the delta V needs. It's not just at deployment. It's station keeping. It's disposal. It's movement that's going to be necessary as you go out and you don't have the same kind of standard orbits as you have on Earth. We also think about high thrust, because high thrust is about mission time and it's about cost. And it's also about radiation. There's radiation belts around the Earth. And so we want to address that. So we think about this in terms of a suite of technologies to enable it. What are the things? Well, first, dense monopropellant. Well, in that area, we're the world leader. We have dense monopropellant systems on 25 orbiting spacecraft today, and many dozens more coming. And that capability and technology is very important for cargo and infrastructure delivery. That's now I'm saying small in this case. Maybe large in some other cases, but small here is under a ton. So when we're talking about things that are under a ton, we talk about dense monopropellant. You go over a ton, green bipropellant, and this is cases where many people have different systems. We have multiple systems that are based. A lot of it is based on high test peroxide, but we know there's other systems out there that we can make use of. Not everything is in-house at Bradford. Hall thrusters, these are going to be very important as we go to large cargo transport everywhere between Earth and Mars, and at high power. And that we have a deep company experience within the company, more experience in Hall thrusters than a lot than most other companies out there, from past experience with mega constellations. I mentioned cryo and nuclear. As we go larger to humans, that's going to be needed more on the human scale level. So hundreds of tons that we're not working on in-house, but that's obviously SpaceX with the Raptor engines and other companies with nuclear. That's something that's going to enable infrastructure as as we and other companies develop it. For the last element, referring back to our chart, solar power and compute power. This is a world first. This is a tease because it's not a full reveal. But solar power and compute power is something that we're intensely interested in, and we have our own internal Bradford development. And that's really is how do we achieve low cost rad hard solar? So again, world first, you're seeing this for the first time. It is a tease, but we have under development solar technology that initial examination, initial of course is initial, very preliminary. We can achieve about 10x lower than multi-junction while being highly resistant to space radiation. Again, we're very early, but we've measured about 17% efficiency. Now you ask, is that really that high? You see solar out there that's in the 20s and the low 30s. But in terms of end of life, because of its space radiation resistance, it is end of life competitive with silicon. We also achieved a high density cell packing on panels, so you get some additional benefit of the array level, and we're achieving over 70 watts a kilogram specific power. Again, first time tease. I know this doesn't fly for an engineering conference, but we wanted to give this this crowd a sense of what we're doing on the power. On low cost compute, this is even more of a tease. This is more, no, we don't have our own chip development, but we've identified some clever manufacturing and sourcing that gets us lower cost rad hard compute. That's about as much as I can say and tease about that. So anyways, where does this get us? This is showing you our square rocket, our SR, vehicles. These are some renders of showing this vehicle under various different payloads and functionality. But it all comes from the philosophy: you pair manufacturing with propulsion, with low-cost solar and compute, and you can get some pretty amazing capabilities out of there. And these are some capabilities we're going to start talking about more of, but especially as interest in lunar communications, high-resolution imaging, deep space imaging, and satellite servicing become great, interesting. But I put the title infrastructure because I just want to show. I just want to see people that have an idea of where we want to go here. We don't just want to build ones or twos or fours. We want to stack them up, send them launch at a time. Here's how, it's nothing more than rideshare, but here's 12, 12, 12, 12. Each Falcon 9 can accommodate. Now, if we can do small, and we're talking, and just to give everyone an idea, these spacecraft vehicles are all around 800 kilograms. Again, the kind of things you go when you go up to that particular size. Of course, you can apply the same principles going larger. Here's some of our teas of where we go larger. You don't get an appreciation of scale of what we're doing, but this is space facility level type of propulsion and system module. It doesn't look any particularly interesting in any than most anyone else's space systems, but it gives you an idea where we're headed, both in human space facilities and deep space cargo. again, stack them up. So if we can stack them up, put them on a Starship, put them on a Falcon 9, whatever is available, we're ready to go. So it's exciting times, and we asked the question, where to next, where to from here, and again, what does it take? So with that, I'm just here's our contacts, but of course you have the next, is it 10 minutes or so, or I think I've used a lot of the time, but next 5-10 minutes for questions.
Great. Thank you so much, Ian. That was great. Yeah, we've only got a couple minutes left here for questions, but please do drop them in the chat or turn your camera on if you're in Zoom and you prefer to ask that way. But I will get us started with one. Ian, I wanted to ask you about the green bipropellants that you mentioned, and green propulsion systems in general. I know that Bradford has a water-based propulsion system. What do you think is the importance for producing more green propellants for the future of our space economy?
Well, so it's interesting with our propellants, especially on the monopropellant. The biggest value proposition is not so much that it's green, is that it's higher performance, about 30% more performance than hydrazine. When you look at green, but also in both monopropulsion and bipropellants, the advantage initially is really operational. If you can fuel at the factory, you can have rapid operations, you can have rapid ride share and integration. That's a huge advantage of green. And we've accomplished that on a monopropellant, and I believe it can be accomplished with bipropellant as well. But it requires not just the technology, but the logistics setup. That's going to have the highest impact short term. Now, I know people talk about using the resources of the solar system, making use of the water. That comes into play later on. But for today, a lot of it is about logistics on the ground.
Absolutely. I know that you said that these new low-cost, rad-hard solar cells that you're building, it's a little bit of a tease. I know you're not really ready to release too much more information about that, but I'm curious about just broadly speaking, what you see the value of a project like that being for the space economy in general, and also for Bradford.
Well, we want to hit a point. We want to hit a point in the graph where we are lower cost than multi-junction, much lower cost than multi-junction, and also have a better end of life efficiency than silicon, so that you can go out to deep space and be able to last an extended period of time and still generate a meaningful amount of power. So we want to hit that spot there, because we think that spot's going to be very important for powering things that are in deep space. So that's where a lot of this idea will take the lower efficiency, as long as we have the rad hard and the lower cost, and that gets us to where we want to go, where we're building.
Absolutely. Are there plans in the works for any other sorts of power generation besides solar?
Not really. It's right now it's pretty standard. We're not playing with nuclear. We're not playing with fuel cells or RTGs. We know they're out there. We know they exist. But there's a big unlicensed thermonuclear reactor in the middle of our solar system that's just providing us with energy. And if it's there, there's no reason why we shouldn't take full advantage of it.
Absolutely. Well, thank you so much, Ian, for joining us. Unfortunately, we are at the end of our time here, but it's been great to have you. It's been great to hear a little bit more about what Bradford is doing these days.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. And thank you again for having me. And I hope everyone enjoys the rest of this workshop.
Great. Thank you so much, Ian.
Thank you.
Actually, also the end of my time here, I'm going to be handing it off to Tim for the afternoon. But it's been great to be here and to hear from all of our speakers today. I'll drop my information in the chat below if anybody wants to connect with me on LinkedIn or subscribe to Payload. But besides that, I will pass it over to Tim. I think we're going to be taking a 5-minute break.
Yep. Thank you so much, Rachel. We're going to take just a couple-minute break, stretch for those of you who have been on here. My eye doctor tells me that my eyes are going to start deteriorating if I don't take breaks from screens. Yeah, take a few minutes, stretch. We'll be back at 12:06 to start our next presentation. Thanks, everyone. Robotics Canada Welding Conference, PowerGen Europe. The list goes on. He also participated in the UK Nuclear Conference and is cooperating with European and US suppliers to mature some new welding technology, which is pretty exciting. So we're excited to have you here, Paul, and look forward to hearing what you have to say.
Tim, thank you for your time. How's the voice coming through?
It's a little quiet, but otherwise is clear.
I'm on the cheap material, so I got to upgrade my sound system. Better?
A little better.
Okay. Just thank you again for this opportunity, Tim. Humbled, flattered, excited to be here with the esteemed group's ultra smart people. I'm not as sophisticated, nothing as exciting as some of the previous presenters. I'm just basic blue collar welding. But it is fundamental to space travel, I believe. If I may just make some comments for Dr. Smith, Coyote's comment about patent fights and the problems of getting things onto the marketplace. Believe me, I live it, I know it. Somebody said inventors are always in labor. They like to be in labor, but they never like to give birth, and I've experienced some of that. But I'm a business guy, so I just want to get some stuff done. Technology is not the sole domain of the US and Canada anymore. Technology migrates. So we have a lot of built-in interest groups who wants to maintain things as they are. Threatening technology is not in their interest to help the nation or the industry to advance. But there's no choice. We have to advance. Whoever we have to encourage to change their minds, they have to come along. It's like the horse and buggy versus electric motor. Sooner or later, you have to give up the whip, and you gotta adapt to the electric, that line of thinking. And for Ian, for his infrastructure, I think Fuse Ring can fit and help in that sphere because we are dealing with infrastructure. Right now, everything is sent to space as is pre-packaged, pre-made. But to travel seriously, we have to build in space. And as I said before, we need gas stations, the frontier supply stations. So we can contribute, not in the composite, but maybe in the aluminum and in the stainless steel area, as SpaceX and Blue Origin has alluded to. So if I may, I'll just share the screen of this presentation I made to ASM Aeromat in Pasadena, 15th of March. The topic is welding thick and ultra thin with no heat affected zone. Let me just get that up right now. Okay. Fuse Ring technology has multiple IPs on solely welding. But the advantage is we weld with no heat affected zone. That means no weakness in it. And that is fundamentally different than what every one of the welding industries does today, including additive and 3D and all. We can contribute. So let me just run through this, and then I welcome your questions after. But bear in mind, we can weld in space. This technique, as with friction stir and electron beam, is vacuum and gravity neutral. Electron beam is not gravity neutral, but it is vacuum neutral. So let me proceed. Welding very thick to ultra thin metal, but no heat affected zone. And the bottom are the acknowledgements of the people who are helping and who have helped. Hexagon, Dr. Gerlich of University of Waterloo, Dr. Kwan at Seoul National, and he used equipment of Frontix to check the residual stress, and samples I buy Spinduction from about 15 years ago. Conventional methods, what's new and what's different, and how does this apply to aerospace? Today's barriers to welding, either titanium, aluminum, steel, or any of the metals we have, heat affected zone, you can't get away from that. Residual stress that exists no matter what you do. Embrittlement is a result of it. Post-well heat treatment, uncertainty because we are still applying these 1 millimeter at a time, either by a machine or by a person. But every one of them, every time you lay down a weld is different. Monday at 4 o'clock or Friday at 8 o'clock, it's depending on the person. And the application, similar. We are uncertain of the quality. That's why we inspect and we re-inspect. And when we find fault, we have to repair. This is a rough map of residual stress and embrittlement. For thick steel, it doesn't apply to the aerospace, but for thick aluminum, we have multiple passes. And the residual stress mapping of that, I don't think anybody has a clear program to say, here's what it is. It's still a guessing game. The center diagram is a filler weld with clear-cut boundary between filler material and host material with an intermediate layer of what's called the heat affected zone. That's where all the weaknesses are. And we're spending millions trying to make this more similar to the host material, but with not much success. And the diagram on the right is a result of the residual stress tear, as you all know. So this is the best weld today. High energy, one pass. It is autogenous. It is automated. The top picture is one of the best welds by the top research company in the US. It is 6 feet across, 4 3/8 inch wall for the nuclear group. But for those who are in the welding, you can see the profile of the weld and the heat affected area. So the post-weld heat treatment for this baby is significant. And the bottom right is a one-shot high energy K-TIG weld. Very fast, very efficient, but you do see the crystalline structure as coarse and is a clear-cut grain between the host material and the melted material. It is autogenous, no filler. They're using the original metal to melt and rejoin, but there is the residual stress and the heat affected zone. And the far right is the plasma, and you see the crystalline structure and also the heat affected zone. This is a typical diagram of a friction weld. So we can do that in space, no problem. But the problem is the fusion line, that is standard across all frictions, and the curl. But the telltale sign is the grain flow. The grain flow all goes 90 degrees. So they go straight and then they bend. So the bottom right is a finer picture of the boundary, the layer, and the grain flow curling back on itself. And the top right is a picture of what the Department of Transport is trying to do. They're trying to use friction to join rail, because rail has welding issues, they have softness issues. They're spending a lot of money on that. And I know we have experts in friction stir welding in the audience, so I'm not going to get very much into it. So as you know, this is the fundamental differences of friction stir, but there are other issues with it. So far, it's only aluminum and it's only flat. There are experiments testing friction stir on tubular and steel, but those aren't, I believe, widely commercially available. Now, there is an alternative. For those in the welding industry, or even those who are not in the welding industry, this is what I offer you. And I think you can see that this is fundamentally different than the previous pictures. It is fine-grained between the host material, the heat transition area, and the recrystallized zone. And this is supplied to me by Dr. Adrian Gerlich of University of Waterloo. We'll come back to this later. The alternative is solid state, autogenous, automated, fine-grained base-to-base, no fusion line. It is repeatable, and we document the integrity in real time. So this is the ID that we offer right now. How does this relate to space? We'll come back towards it later on. I just need to build a case that this technology is different and is superior to what's available today. So another aspect of the alternative, looking at it differently, is here's the OD and here's the ID. They're mirror images, they're identical. And we can regulate the profile. Here's a little bump, but we can regulate that to be flat also. So for pipeline and for the medical and the pharmaceutical and food industry, having a smooth ID is very important where we don't have crevices. And this you see is as an orbital welder from the nuclear feeder tube line. So we are fundamentally different visually, characteristically, and property-wise. And this is further details of this new welding technique. Top picture is 1/8 wall thickness, middle is 3/8, and the bottom is 1/2 inch. And you see the grain flow goes into each other. They don't go 90 degrees, but they flow into each other. It's parallel, it's laminar. And the right side are feeder tube samples given to me by Bruce Nuclear with their permission to publish. So a further detail is the grain structure. You'll see on the left is the host grain structure. Bottom left is the transition between the heat transition zone and the host material. And the far right is the face of the heat transition to the recrystallized zone. It gets finer. And then this is the across the recrystallized zone itself from University of Waterloo. The grain structure transitions from bainitic in transition zone, become mixture of upper and lower bainite in recrystallized zone with some grain boundary ferrite. But there's no evidence of martensite or banded structure surviving in recrystallized zone. It is a unique and is superior weld to anything on the market today for steel. And this is more important for other industries, not so much for the aerospace. But this is the hardness mapping. So the hardness base is about 160, and the heat transition zone is about 170, 180. And for the recrystallized zone is about 190, 200. So that's very similar and very uniform. And the whole affected zone is about 10 millimeters, 5 millimeters either side of the weld face. So that's very, very narrow. And this is an ordinary tensile. They all break at the base. None of them ever break at the weld. So nothing spectacular there. So for the folks who are in the welding industry and in the manufacturing side, I like to ask you, have you ever seen a better weld in your entire career? And if you have, I'll buy you a cigar, I'll buy you a glass of wine. Because this is pretty darn good. So this is from EWI. I just want to put that in there so that it's not from Paul Chang or from University of Waterloo or from Bruce Nuclear. It is from an independent world-class facility. So their comment from 2013 study was ultra high quality, true solid state, autogenous one-shot automated, zero flash notches or stress risers in as welded state. And if I may just read the top one and the bottom one on the right slide, most scalable of all one-shot process. The bottom is machine cost is very competitive with friction inertia. That becomes significant when we come to repairing aerospace parts. But that is another further IP, and we'll get into that another time. Because right now, the biggest we have is about 14 square inches, and that takes a gigantic machine. But with this technology, I believe we can either increase the size of the parts to be repaired or reduce the size and power consumption of the equipment. But we can come back to that later. That's a recent IP. This is a residual stress for steel. And I think we can apply that to aluminum and titanium also, but I don't have proof of that. I only have proof for steel because I'm funding these myself. And so I don't have any big companies behind me for big budget. So this is from Dr. Dongle at Seoul National using Frontex. They built a special equipment to test the residual stress of this weld. The difference, the fundamental part of this is the weld on the outside is in compression. That means the grains are pushing against each other. That is different. And it is uniform across the whole face. And on the ID, this is after cut. The skin of the weld is still on the inside in compression. We didn't do a back calculation to say if this was originally one piece, what would the residual stress be? Because there's just no point. We know it's in compression, so whether it's by 200 or 250, what's the difference? Now, every weld has to be in balance. So across the weld itself, the weld face is in tension. So we'll just leave it at that. And this is a summary of the charts. The bottom two lines signifies the skin of the OD and the ID. They are in compression. And inside the center of the weld is in tension. So that's all I think we can say about this. So in summary, the essence of this solid state welding is there are three variables. Induction that supplies over 95% of the energy required to join. Shear and forging requires less than 5% of the force required. This solid state induction has three variables. We document the integrity in real time at the job site and at HQ. There's no interpretation. There are three numbers. You're either in or you're out. And the weld will tell you, if you're out of the sweet zone, it doesn't join. You see it. So we weld with technicians, not welders. So for the rocket builders, we can contribute into your industry. We're not looking for skilled nuclear grade welders. We can join metal with technicians. It's automated. Once the parameters are set, there are no further actions. It is a one shot, less than 1 minute per weld, regardless of size or thickness. It is repeatable. There is no root weld. That is different. And the OD and ID are identical because it's a one shot, one time. And we can regulate the profile to be flat. Not so important for the space and aerospace, but more so as in the pharmaceutical and food. So basically, this technique was invented 20 plus years ago. As in high school or in school, we're taught one part is clamped shut, a pipe. The other part is clamped shut with a small gap in between and don't move them. And then you put your welding stick, your filler stick, and weld it up. And don't touch it. Let the thing cool. And the result is a molten metal of pooled metal that joins in against a pipe, but there's two heat affected zones either side. So this new technology, the brilliant part of this is, this guy came up with this concept. His name is David Lingnau of spinduction. He says, one part stationary, the other part, leave it here. But we'll put a heating paddle between the work faces in an inert environment, heat it up, take the paddle out, push this part in slightly and rotate. By rotation, you shear the crystals. And that's why the crystalline structure is so good. So they've done it with titanium and zirconium and different steel. So fusing has extended the IP and the applications to a whole bunch of other industries now. So you say, okay, what's going on today? Where is this technology? In 2016, Federal-Mogul received the PACE Automotive Award for using this technique on cylinders. Federal-Mogul used the old Russian spin forge method, and they got these curls. But then they says, let's try this spinduction, the solid state method, and this is the profile they got. I'll move on. Pardon the phone at the back. And this is the axle. It is used commercially for 5/8 or 5-inch OD, 5/8 to 7/8 wall thickness. But this is the weld quality. And for the linear, one of the IPs is we can apply this towards the rail industry. It doesn't apply here, but there's big problems with the flash butt and the thermite welds. And I think we can offer something better. because the DOT and the European Rail Commission is spending millions on this. And we can repair the surface damages, but that's another topic. I will be presenting to ARIMA, the American Rail in Denver, Colorado in August on this very topic. So I invite your participation. So Hexagon has been very helpful. We've ran 6 simulations on linear and tubular. And the indications are we have bond activation by the computer. And we know physically we have bond activation on the tubular welds. So I'm extending this into linear and other geometries. Now, coming back to aerospace and space, using this concept, we spent all this time talking about what this thing can do. But there's further parts that we can apply this technique. The principle should work. It's only a concept. I don't have proof of it because it's very recent IP. I have not built anything to prove it yet. But my thought is for ultra thin metal, right now, we have problems joining ultra thin because of the warp, because it's welded 1 millimeter at a time. And by the time you finish towards the end of the weld, that sheet has multiple residual stress already and is bending all over the place. And the other problem is burn through, as in the bottom right, because it's so thin. We have a hard time regulating the exact temperature to join the metal. So with this technique, I believe with the 2 ultra thin sheets, without going into much detail, I think we can heat it up in an inert environment, join it, and it should work because it's a one process. It's a one shot. The entire face gets joined all together. But we also oscillate slightly, as in the linear. And I think we can give you a flawless, continuous joint with no residual stress, or very little residual stress. But the characteristics, the top of it and the bottom of it should be in compression, and the very center of the thin metal should be in tension. That's all I got, folks. I welcome your questions. The website is hacked right now, so we're down. We got hacked 3 times. So we're trying to figure out what we can do to protect ourselves. But I am on LinkedIn, and please make yourself, don't be a stranger, call and let's chat. Thank you.
Thanks, Paul. As we've, as you mentioned, welding is one of those things that is really critical to what the aerospace sector is doing, and one of those things that most people don't think about until something goes really wrong. And so it's really cool to see the sort of work that's being done to improve on more or less what's been done for decades. This is really interesting. One of the things I was wondering was, you talked through, a lot of the benefits to this. Are there any challenges that are still being worked out? I think you mentioned size was one, but what's the main challenge right now?
I have asked NASA. I proposed a demo weld unit to space on the ISS. So the first thing they said to me was, well, have you done it before? Have you proven it? I said, well, no, I have no access to zero gravity. I have no access to a vacuum chamber, but it does draw power. So NanoRacks has offered to say, if you can fit it into the Bishop, we'll send an extra battery pack for you. So you don't have to hook into the ISS at all. Because I don't want to be the first guy to draw power from the ISS and then black it out. That will go on the record.
That'd be awkward.
Yes, Paul Chang, famous, infamous, notorious. He blacked out.
Everybody wants to be memorable. So there you go.
No, not in that way. But anyways, power consumption, it does consume power in a hurry. Like within the minute, we do draw power. But we can build up power banks for that. And also for thin sheets, I don't think it's going to be that much.
Okay.
So that is one issue we need to work out.
Okay. Yeah, no, that's really cool. And definitely look forward to seeing where this goes and what's next. I think having that 0G test is going to be really cool.
We can do it. My thought is we'll do it with 1 inch because TWI is spending a lot of money on friction stir welding to get that into ISS.
Yeah.
I am in communication with them, but they have no interest to help because, friction is their specialty. So
Yeah.
As Coyote says, it's not just IPs, it's the people behind it that you got to overcome, or you got to get on.
True. Yeah, well, thank you so much for your presentation. I don't see any other questions in the chat. Can you put your LinkedIn link in the chat so people can reach out directly if they have questions? Yeah. All right, we're gonna transition to Joy Schaffler. I think she's here. So I'll go ahead and intro her while you, Paul, are, there we go. We're no more on full screen. So Joy serves as a principal of Distinctive Edge Partners, a strategic communication and marketing firm dedicated to helping organizations build and maximize value, improve operations, and turn risks and threats into opportunities. Joy brings decades of experience building and scaling technology and financial brands with specialized expertise, educating customers, media, investors about the applicability of new technology. She has devised strategies that informed global markets on blockchain applicability outside of just Bitcoin. She's worked across hardware, Internet of Things, cybersecurity, financial technology. The list goes on. It's extensively long. When we look at Joy's clients, she's helped raise billions in capital for them, executed profitable mergers and acquisitions, built, scaled, and exited thriving international brands, and created massive shareholder value. From M&A to capital raise preparation, international launches, rebrands, executive transitions, reorganizations, to shaping national policy and advising foreign economic ministries. Joy has done it all. And she's done that through devising data-driven communication strategies that enable truly exceptional outcomes. Her past and present board positions include South by Southwest, AARP Accelerator, which I am 100% sure she is not old enough to be a member of, the AARP side, FinTech Professionals Associations, and she spent 4 years working for CFRA and the SAC and FINRA on the Jobs Act implementation a few years back, and has enabled online investing as we know it today. She's also served as a public affairs and finance officer in the Army Reserve and Texas National Guard. And with that, I want to welcome you, Joy.
Thank you so much. It's such an honor to be here, Tim. Yes, so, thank you again for this great opportunity to share a little bit more about how to scale your company. First and foremost, why does it matter? Like, why should this be something you care about? Obviously there's, the kind of common sense answers for that of you want to make more money, you want to grow revenue, you want the interest of potential partnerships, but it goes so far beyond that, to M&A opportunities, to getting yourself in that funnel of success. So as you're out there, as you have more brand exposure, as you're speaking at conferences like yours, whether online or in person, you're building powerful backlinks that connect you with your audience as well. And that just places you higher and higher from a search perspective, as well as shares who you are and what you're doing and building trust. And in today's tight talent market, also it's all about attracting the right kind of talent to enable your company to succeed. And companies, individuals, especially ones with a lot of options, want to know that they're going to a place where there's growth opportunities and they can grow their career. So it's just important all across the board. So, first and foremost, scaling your company, you can't build on sand, right? And it's not about telling people what you're doing. It's about showing them and building that strong foundation so that as you are scaling your company, it's not shaky. when people come to your website, when you're getting media attention, when you're speaking at a conference, when you're doing all of these things to increase your exposure, it's shining a spotlight. So, if there's a lot of foundational issues you have, or your messaging when people go to your site is not strong, or they don't understand what you're doing, you're basically wasting your money and your time. So first and foremost, before you can scale, you have to build those foundational pieces. And in the foundation is not only messaging and things of that nature, but also what is your external presence look like to people who are who are searching for you, right? When people do a Google search, what are they seeing? And it's not just about your website or your LinkedIn profile. Your digital picture, your digital image of your company, of your brand is an aggregation of all the different things that are coming up in your search results. It's, what former employees and current employees are saying about you online. It's, what third parties are saying about you. It's your press releases that you're putting out. It's your paid media opportunities. All of these things are part of the foundation and the overall profile. So, how can you actually build that, right? Like, how can you build that strong foundation? First and foremost, it's about messaging on your site, on your, company LinkedIn page, on your profiles. Are the things that you're saying about yourself in line with what you're actually doing? We've had customers who were profitable, growing companies, but when you went to their site, or when you talked to their customers, or doing that deep dive analysis, what they're saying about themselves and what their technology teams, what their customers, what all these people are saying are all different. You talk to 10 people, you get 10 different answers about what they do and how they do it. And so as they were preparing for an exit, what we did was we went in and looked at them comprehensively, did a 365 review, interviewed, their executives teams, their technology, their sales, some customers, some partners, and really figured out why these people were coming to them, did a messaging revision, did an annual plan that really kind of took them to where they wanted to go. And, a big part of that is like, okay, let's have industry awards be part of that. Let's have, this outside validation of what the industry is saying about you, making yourself attractive, best places to work, for example. What are all the things that you can do to get you to your goals? I think there's a lot of prior service people. Tim, I know you're one, who are in the technology industry, especially in space and defense. And a big part of it for them is backwards planning, right? It's one of the first things that they teach you. And so we really look at building a foundation and kind of building your profile and helping you scale as how do you plan for where you want to go? Is that an exit? Is that, meeting certain revenue targets? Is that a funding goal? Wherever it is, you need to kind of go from there and think about how do you get there? And the steps along the way are the things that, internal or external marketing people and comms people are helping you do a lot of times in conjunction with your leadership. So it's about figuring out like, okay, I really need these types of employees. So, are you going to your, industry trade associations, for example, and building relationships there and partnerships there? Are you looking at being on lists of best places to work? Are you going and applying for Inc. awards? Like, what are the things that you can do, for example, when trying to attract talent that show people that this is a really good, strong company to work for? Because, as we all know, in company leadership, employees. So how do we, look promising to them? And at the heart of it, that's really how you scale, right? Is you bring in the right team members and have people who help you succeed. So diving a little bit deeper into messaging here, at the core of it, messaging is that piece of the puzzle. You're helping people understand as they're going to your website, how do I fit in here? You're making it really clear what for the different stakeholders. So is it partnerships? Do you have a partnership page? Is it government? Are you listing, your different qualifications there? Like, whoever your particular key audience is, you need to make sure that you're speaking very clearly to those key members, and that you're doing a phenomenal job of sharing, and that you have content for them and that they can easily find it. And then you want to have case studies, especially from a customer standpoint, that is very clearly showcasing, who, like, do you work, for example, in, working in space? Are you showcasing exactly how your technology is applicable to your customers? Is it clear? Do you have an example of prior customers who can go on record, be in a case study, share what you did, how you did it, to the extent that you can share that, and then getting testimonials from them to be able to reinforce that? It all builds your story of credibility. And, sometimes it's harder to get that information or get people to go on record, but that's when you can be creative, work it in your contracts up front. That a lot of times can be a negotiating point, especially if you have government clients, like making sure that you can go on record and talk about aspects of what you do. So it's very clear and reinforced. And, to that end, an effective kind of brand strategy is not about what you're saying at your company, but about what other people are saying in the market. You want those influential voices there to be able to, really speak there. And that's awards, that's, being at the right conferences or online events, could be paid or, earned media placements. It's creating content that really showcases you as a thought leader there. And again, those case studies and customer testimonials, I can't speak highly enough about that. What are you doing with your partners, for example? Like, partnerships are so important to helping scale companies, especially in a tech industry. You want to make sure that you're going out and you're not only building those partnerships, but you're promoting them, you're highlighting them, you're showcasing them, you're seeing what you can do to really leverage those to the full extent. So, and a big part of that is being active on LinkedIn, on those places where your community lives. And so even going back, if you don't have much of a LinkedIn presence already, figuring out what groups, what LinkedIn groups do my communities, are important for my particular community, joining those groups, and then being an active sharer of content that's important to the group, whether that's, just setting a Google alert for news for your particular industry. And, as you're kind of going through, or having your marketing team go through and just spend, 10, 15 minutes a day looking through the article, pulling out an interesting nugget, and then having them share that on your behalf. Even doing that on a weekly basis will start to get you in the conversation. So being part of the conversation, having people get to know you in that digital environment, it's all about building relationship and trust there. So how can you put yourself in the right places? So, being in the right places is about doing things like the conversations for the future, like we're doing today. It's going to the conferences and online events that are important for your particular industry. It's sharing your thought leadership. It's listening to what other people have to say and engaging, whether that's just, from an online perspective, it still puts you out there and kind of builds your profile and develops relationships, which at the heart of it is, really the most important thing. So being in the right places, it's creating that content, telling your story, from both a digital as well as an in-person perspective, being at the events, applying to speak. So there's so many different ways that you can do it. What we really look at with clients, and a lot of good marketers do, is they'll go out, they'll kind of do that backwards plan, and then they'll say, okay, if our customers are living here, what are the things that we can do to get there? And sometimes it's a longer process because you've got to develop relationships with the conference providers or the associations. And so, what kind of conference, what kind of industries can I join? How can I take a leadership role? How can I, even serve in a committee to start? Like, what are the things that I can do to start putting myself in those right places? And a lot of times that's service, and that's contributing to the conversation, commenting on what other people are saying, engaging with them. Those are all kind of ways to put yourself in those right places. And again, it's all about building trust. It's building the digital profile and kind of creating that digital picture. It's consistency over time. Every media placement you get, every time you speak at a conference, every time you develop a relationship or share a success, one thing isn't going to make or break your company. It's about that consistency over time to start building relationship with your audience. And that's, that is what scaling is all about at the end of the day, is building trust and, kind of developing that overall relationship there. Thank you guys so much for giving me some time to go over this presentation. I'm excited to answer any questions that you guys have here. I'll put my information in the chat and have shared these slides over LinkedIn as well.
Yeah, thank you, Joy. That was super useful and just information that is always handy, whether it's a personal brand or you're a Fortune 500 company, something to always keep in mind. And when you look at some of these more successful companies, there is this almost militant dedication to staying on message, staying on brand, having something that's simple and easy to understand. And so that doesn't come naturally to somebody like me. And so, as you look across the clients you've had, what are some of the most common mistakes that you keep coming across when you're working with different companies and people?
I think one of the most common one is just thinking Rome was built in a day. A lot of times they look at one thing to kind of hinge their success on. Yeah. And, they either will overinvest in one particular strategy or one area, and they don't test and look at metrics either. So, when thinking about kind of your holistic communications and marketing plan, it's incorporating a lot of different elements. And then it's going back and seeing, where did the leads come from for each individual campaign, and having a really good CRM system and that tracks back to, oh, this person came from this email marketing campaign, or this person came from LinkedIn, a LinkedIn interaction, which then converted over to them automated, like scheduling a meeting on Calendly from my website. And then, this came from me sharing this article. So, one of the strategies that we use and that we implement for customers is implementing HubSpot, and then utilizing all of those integrations together so that you can really easily see the conversation stream, where people are coming from. And then you can start to track back to campaigns and say, okay, 80% of my customers were coming from in-person events and conferences, and, and LinkedIn, you can kind of look and see where things are coming from. And then you can start to adjust spend based upon that. Marketing and comms is fantastic, but it can be an absolute one time suck, for lack of a better word. And it can take away from the executive's time running their business if not done successfully. And it can also be very chaotic if you don't put together a plan and have a methodology for it. It's not throwing spaghetti at the wall. It's having that plan, executing it, going back, evaluating, refining, testing. I know my techies in the audience are loving, loving refinement and testing, but it's true. Like, you can track back the different messages and different campaigns and how they're actually coming, but it's over time. It's not just, we're going to execute this and then look at this metric. It's, let's look at this on a holistic basis.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. That's no doubt a common thing for especially startup leaders to want things now. So, you were talking about how some of these things, pull executives away from what they're doing. Is there, sort of a, not rule, but some sort of guiding principle for these startups and smaller companies of, hey, at this point, or when you start noticing this, that's when you need to add, media outreach, or bring somebody in to manage your CRM or something like that. Is there, common trends you've seen where really the benefits start accruing, and before that, it may just be extra work with not a ton of benefit?
So, again, I think it all depends on the company's goals. Marketing feeds sales, it's fuel. It's the rocket fuel that makes makes everything go there, if you will. And so without marketing, it's going to impact your sales team, because you need touches, right? It's 7 touches in order to have a sale a lot of times. And it's that because there's that trust in it. It's that drip. I have a pretty deep background in financial services. I ran a had dozens of companies that I worked with that were investment firms who were raising capital from accredited investors or retail investors with my last agency. And part of that overall process of raising capital is just or closing customers, or any sort of closing, is like, okay, you've made your sales pitch, you've gone in, you've kind of done the initial stuff with your sales team. And then a lot of times it's crickets, right? And so how do you place yourself in a position of power for following up? And this is especially important from an investment perspective, or when you're trying to sell your, or there's any of these things that are in place. So part of that is figuring out, like, what are the key messages that are closing my existing key stakeholders, whether that's investors or customers or partners or whoever it is. What are those key messages? You get that intel from your executives, from your sales team, and then you take that, you share it with marketing. It's a very collaborative process, and you have marketing create the content, create the engagement, where you're taking those messages that convert, and the strategies convert, and then you're applying the gasoline to them, right? Like, then you're saying, okay, I know, for example, when I'm trying to, close my Series A, these are the things that really enticed my current investors. These are the questions that we're asking. And so in looking at what people are asking, then it goes back to, what sort of content can I create that answers the questions? And, sometimes, for example, if you have customer, like investors, let's just say, who you've got a list of 10 investors who you're in conversations with, take that particular content and do a retargeting campaign with the article that you got published in, an industry hub, for example. And sometimes it even, is a great idea to use paid media placements or sponsored content, and then have that content that you kind of dictate there then pop up as people are hanging out online in different places. And it will follow them around. So if you've ever seen the same ad, a lot of times kind of following you around online, and you can do this with articles.
Yeah.
The same article following you around. Somebody's retargeting you a lot of times.
Yeah.
For that particular piece of content. And so now it's a third party. It could be sponsored content, it could be earned, but it's a third party who, people are like, okay, what is this article about, right? And you can kind of see who engages with it. Then you can be like, oh yeah, I need to reach back out to them, or you can share that media opportunity over social with them, or tag, there's all sorts of different ways that you can, with what is once like you're pulling to get something from somebody, now you can then like push the information to them and instead. So there's just a lot of strategies that can be used to kind of help put yourself in a stronger position.
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. And, a lot of these things, once you hear them, it's like, oh, of course, this is stuff. But it definitely is not something that stays front of mind. When you're busy executing and building stuff, it's easy to fall into the mindset of, well, I built it, so they will come. Well, that may be after you have a critical mass. Until then, you gotta do a lot.
And part of it too is, even within that building phase, is making sure that you're not building in a vacuum. The right kind of marketing, and depending upon what you're doing, going out there and engaging with your community and figuring out what are the problems that you're really solving for. The world is full of technology without users out there. Like, trust me, I hear ideas all the time.
Yeah.
There's a lot of it that people design, and they spend tons of their time and money, and there's no home for it.
Oh yeah.
So it's really making sure that you're including your customers early, and marketing is a great tool for that.
Yeah, no, it's true. And, early and often is almost always a good strategy for what you're doing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Well, thank you so much for your time today, Joy. It was great to have you on here. Always a pleasure talking to you. And look forward to hearing again from you soon.
Thank you so much for having me. It was an honor.
Thanks.
Bye.
All right. Next up is Gabe Ben-Simon. Did I say that right, Gabe?
Very close. Ben-Simon.
Ben-Simon.
Yeah.
Okay.
No worries.
Every time I'm like, I'm going to practice names ahead of time, and I do not.
If I had $1 for every time I did that to someone, I wouldn't be building a company.
There you go. So we're excited to have Gabe here. Gabe is passionate about building and learning. He currently serves as the co-founder and CEO of 1 Degree Careers, a venture-backed tech startup located in San Diego, California. 1 Degree Careers is a mobile platform created to help career seekers explore and choose high-paying, skilled careers that don't require taking on college debt. Their mission is to rebuild the American middle class through empowering career seekers to explore and pursue skilled careers. Before his current role, he spent over 7 years as a national account executive in the construction industry. He holds a BS in industrial engineering from Cal Poly and an MBA from the University of Southern California. Outside of his work, Gabe is passionate about traveling, surfing, scuba diving, and anything ocean related, which is exactly what you'd expect from somebody living in San Diego. So we're excited to have you here, Gabe, and look forward to your talk.
Thanks for having me, Tim. Really appreciate the opportunity to speak here. I don't have slides, but I do have a few topics I'd like to touch on specifically around the trades and why we're seeing such a large problem with not enough people going in the trades. Tim, you know me, I have a tendency to just keep on talking. So if you have questions, feel free to jump in. But other than that, I'll just keep on going.
Sounds good.
Awesome. So yeah, thanks again for the opportunity to speak here today. Like Tim mentioned, my name's Gabe, CEO and co-founder of 1 Degree Careers. So we are focused on solving a really big problem, and we're not going to solve it alone. And we're not like the naive, Palo Alto, Silicon Valley founders who think we're going to solve the world's problems with our app. Not at all, but we think we can make a dent. And that problem is this massive gap in the skilled career workforce demand and supply. And we've all kind of heard it on the news, and COVID's kind of exacerbated this on why there are so many open jobs in construction, utilities, oil and gas, the space industry, yet there's not enough people to fill it. So let's dive into this a little bit. It's important to note that now more than ever, there is, I should say now more, there's a huge student loan debt at a national level. We're looking at $1.8 trillion in student loan debt. Massive problem. It's creating an economy where young people are purchasing homes later in life, starting families later in life. And there's all these ancillary issues with taking on this level of student loan debt. We're not going to solve this alone, but there are 3 ways where we think we can start helping solve this problem. So one is build awareness of skilled career opportunities. And let me back up for a second, because some of you may have not heard this term skilled careers. That's because we invented it, and we haven't dived in fully into marketing, so Joy would probably slap my wrist, but we're getting there. We're a young startup, and part of what we're trying to do is rebrand this term, the trades, because the trades has kind of a negative connotation. It's looked at as like lesser than college and not necessarily a successful career path. A skilled career is a career that requires a certification, but not a 4-year college degree. So it does encompass the trades, but it also encompasses careers that are in tech, in healthcare, transportation. My brother's an airline pilot. That's a skilled career. He never went to college, but he got the training he needed to become an airline pilot. So the first thing we're trying to do is build awareness of skilled career opportunities, actually show people that these careers exist and it's obtainable. So the second is to introduce a simple and easy to understand support process to explore, select, and pursue these skilled careers. And we do this through free career mentoring, and we're kind of doing this by hand, and later this year that will be built into our technology. And finally, we connect people to the training programs for like trade schools where they can actually get the training they need to become certified and take on these roles. Okay, so how is this related to the space industry, and what are we doing to help? So let's first kind of identify some problems that I think we're seeing in the space industry in relation to the trades. I'm not an expert, but if you look at an adjacent industry like in tech, today we have 500,000 unfilled cybersecurity jobs in the US. And that is 3.5 million people globally. So this is not just a US problem, this is a global problem. From my understanding, cybersecurity is a fairly important role within the space industry, especially as we're starting to launch more satellites and military is getting involved. Cybersecurity becomes more and more important. So let's look at some other careers. By 2024, there's going to be a shortage of over 400,000 welders in the US. And in the next 10 years, we're expecting the demand for electricians to grow almost 10%. So we're seeing this massive deficit in the people who are available to work these jobs, and we're seeing this huge need. So why are we seeing such a gap? 3 reasons. One, people are retiring at a record rate. A lot of the skilled electricians and welders, this isn't so much correlated to cybersecurity, but at least with more of the hard trades, blue collar trades like electricians and welders, people are retiring at a record rate, and COVID accelerated this. The folks who are skilled are a little bit older and they're starting to retire. There's not enough people entering the industry, that seems obvious, and the demand is increasing. So with this current shortage of today 100,000 electricians, and in 10 years, 800,000 electricians. What are the companies doing now to actually grab talent? Tim pointed out to me when last time we spoke that major companies like SpaceX and Blue Origin are actually moving out to Texas to steal workers from oil and gas because they have such a need. And what I love about what Tim's working on here is actually showing trade schools like, hey, if you can train up electricians and welders to work in the construction industry and oil and gas, they can work on rockets. They can work in the space industry. So that's kind of the problem that we're seeing. What can we do as an industry to help address this issue at a macro level? If this was a room, I would ask the room, how many of you have a college degree? And then and you don't have to answer, but my second question would normally be, those of you who have a college degree, how many of you are actually working a job that required that degree? So that is one of our target markets, folks that are not using their degree and who want to make a career switch. That's the low-hanging fruit. Even lower-hanging fruit, 38% of the US doesn't have a college degree. So that's actually 64 million working adults today did not go to college. So if this trend continues, which it's expected to get actually more exacerbated, which is a good thing for us if we're looking at careers that don't require college, Gen Z is going to add another 26 million people in the workforce that don't have a college degree. Now, how does Gen Z think about college? Contractor Magazine ran a survey last February and found that a quarter of Gen Z students in high school are interested in pursuing a trade versus college because of their experience during COVID. It's what they saw in their homes, it's what they're reading about and they're seeing. Well, hold on, maybe we don't have to go to college to do something I really want to do. When they're thinking about their career, with the same survey, 63% of teens actually reported that they wish their high school provided more information about the variety of post-secondary degrees or post-secondary options versus just college. So if we have 90 million non-degreed individuals in the workforce, as Gen Z starts to enter the workforce, we can close this gap. We have the people available, and that can provide a robust workforce for the space industry to grow and thrive. So what's the solution? We should go talk to the high schools. Yes, but not quite. And I'll share with you a story as to why I think that's not the only answer. So our platform is built to help people find careers that don't require college and get them placed in trade schools. And that's how we make money. It's pretty simple. It's a two-sided platform. And the fun thing about being an entrepreneur, if any of you have experienced this, is that I get to see everyone close to me turn into an armchair entrepreneur and give me the privilege of hearing their suggestions on how to build a company. And I say this facetiously, a lot of great ideas have come across, but it's all about execution, as Joy pointed out earlier. So of all the advice I've gotten, the most consistent is you should target high schools, because if you're looking at students who don't want to go to college, they can use your platform and go to trade schools. It makes sense. And that's what we thought. So way back, which was only 2 years ago in our early stages, before we got funded, before we even incorporated, we got in touch with 3 different high schools in California. One was on the coast and 2 were in the Central Valley. And this is important because these were different average incomes. So the one on the coast, a little bit more affluent, they had a higher than average rate of students going to college. And the 2 in the Central Valley had a lower than average rate of students graduating and going to college. So we ran a 15-week pilot program with 6 students and simultaneously asked the schools to share our beta platform with their students. The platform had over 100 careers. It kind of looked like Instagram. It didn't require college, and they can just kind of swipe through these careers and see what's out there and learn really basic info, like how much does this pay? How long does it take to get certified, et cetera. So here's what we learned. We worked with 6 juniors and seniors on a weekly basis for about 15 weeks. And we walked through surveys and career tests and open-ended questions and conversations on how they perceive their future, their interest in various career paths, their understanding of what life post-high school would look like, and what the cost of living would look like post high school. Oh boy. So they were very lost and even more clueless than we even anticipated. Now I'm not here to dog on high school students. I'm not too far removed from high school myself. I'm only 30. But to be fair, I think my understanding of the world at 17 was that I knew everything. And looks like I didn't know everything, as I'm sure others have experienced. So what we learned is that their interests were derived from their exposure to their immediate surroundings, AKA their family. My co-founder and I simultaneously were studying this school of psychology called social cognitive career theory, which is the study of why we pick the careers we pick. And we learned that our parents have as high as 90% influence on the careers we pick. And this is why you hear more often than not that your buddy who's an electrician got into it because his dad or uncle was an electrician. You know, your other friend was a doctor because her dad was a doctor. And this just goes with any career. I studied engineering. Why? Take a guess. My dad was an engineer. Both my parents started a small business, so I started a small business because that was the world I grew up in. And we see this everywhere. And this is especially true in the trades. The other thing we learned is that students were very disconnected from the realities of what things cost. I had one student, and keep in mind, she lives in California. It's not a major city, but she lives in California. She told me that she wants to move to Los Angeles when she's done with college or high school. And I asked her, how much would that cost on a monthly basis for rent? And she said she needs $400 a month for rent. Even a cardboard box, even a cardboard box under the 405 freeway doesn't cost $400 a month. So it was a huge reality check for us because we realized, wow, they really don't understand how much things cost. Yet they're willing to go drop $60, $80, $100, $200,000 on a college degree to earn an income that they don't understand is worth because they don't understand the cost of life. And this was really, really insightful because with this, we've learned that they've been told that their only pathway to success is to attend college. And we wanted to validate this. So we also interviewed teachers, counselors, principals, administrators. And it turns out that, we're all pretty far removed from this now, but there are flags of colleges in the second grade classroom. They have been told since the second grade, go to college. And this is a huge problem for how our society views the trades. It's viewed as second class. No one wants to talk about a successful career path in the trades as it's seen unless in a college degree. And I'm not here to bag on college. I have 2 college degrees. Some of it has helped me. A lot of it has not. We're not on a vendetta to say don't go to college. Our point here is that there are more opportunities out there other than going to college. Tim, you look like you have a question, so I want to pause here.
It's less question, more comment. I was agreeing with you that I have used so little of my college degrees, but those trade classes I took, so I trained as a EMT at a community college, that was all useful. There's very little that was not directly applicable to what I was doing.
Sure. Yeah, you actually have the power to intervene in an emergency.
I mean, probably I shouldn't anymore. It's been way too long.
Well, if you had to, you could assist. I'm sure some of it will come back. At least that's the hope. I just got rescue diver certified, and I hope that one day it magically appears if there's an emergency. So who knows? So the other, and I agree with you, you don't remember or use a lot of what you learn. Not to say that you don't learn how to learn, there's certainly value in that. But when we're talking about developing skills that we can turn into a career path, high school and college don't necessarily achieve that. They can, but not always. So just to kind of wrap up our experience with this high school, what about getting our beta platform out to these 3 schools, 7,500 students? What happened with that? It never happened. Why? The teachers. Not because they're vindictive or they hate us or because we're talking about alternatives to college. They actually agreed with what we were saying, and which was really refreshing and surprising to hear. but they were so overwhelmed with initiatives that they had to follow for their students that they simply couldn't administer our beta platform to the classroom. They said it once, but you know how students are. They like need to see it multiple times, probably more than the 7 times it takes us to buy something. And there's no incentive. There's no extra credit, no promotion, no Zoom call to introduce it, nothing. You might be asking yourself, well, how do these other tools in ed tech make it in the classroom? Great question. They're sold at the district level and they're forced downward over a period of multiple school semesters. And that's after a 12 to 24 month sales cycle just to get in the school district to begin with. How do I know this? I sold to school districts for almost 8 years when I was selling construction, and our projects would take anywhere from 12 to 36 months. So we didn't have the luxury of this time, nor did we want to build a business around using taxpayer dollars to sell into schools. I saw a lot of issues with that in my past career, so I didn't want anything to do with it. But more importantly, it was against our mission to provide democratized access to information that can really change someone's life. So with that, we decided to focus on a different demographic. We want to focus on career switchers who are a little bit older, late 20s, early 30s, and who can make a decision relatively quickly on changing their career and attending a trade school. So I bring up this story as a learning experience that I think this industry can benefit from. I hear a lot from the construction industry that they do events in high schools to get kids excited about the trades. And I think this is great. And I think it should continue. But I would argue that there is actually lower hanging fruit. Go after those who are working jobs, not careers. They're making minimum wage, hawking overpriced coffee, or dealing with rude people, ordering food, and show them the opportunity. And this is where we're focused on, and it's working. So how can the space industry get this talent and keep the talent? I personally believe, this is my opinion, that this industry can help rebrand the trades by creating awareness around the opportunities. I'm a college educated dude, undergrad and master's, and I didn't know until I worked in the construction industry that you can go to trade school, become an HVAC tech, a welder, electrician, and clear 6 figures in a few short years. Then with that experience, you're treated by recruiters like a free agent from the NFL trying to get you to switch companies. It's a lifetime job guarantee, and it's a good life at that. And I say it's a good life at that because I think there's too much emphasis on why the job is cool and not enough emphasis on what lifestyle that job can buy you from both a time perspective and an earning potential. And I think this industry is very uniquely positioned to do this because the job is both really cool and it can get you a good lifestyle. Like, I'm a nerd. I think it's awesome to work on a rocket and send that thing into space and, you know, maybe on a starry night, see the satellite and go, hey, maybe I welded that thing together. I think that's freaking awesome. Not everybody might get that excited, but what they can get excited about, what I think a lot of people should get excited about, is what kind of life can I have? I know contractors that own multiple houses, trucks, boats, and all the toys in between in California, where it's super expensive. And some of these contractors actually make it big. So one of the guys I used to work with, he owns his own company. He built it out over a couple decades. He was my subcontractor. He owns a freaking private jet. And the dude never went to college. And he's an HVAC installer. You might think, oh my God, this guy who comes home with grease on his pants, he owns a private jet. I can't emphasize this enough. Now, that's obviously not everyone. And the point is, though, is that the sky is truly the limit. And no offense to anyone in this room, but you know, the chances of having a comfortable lifestyle is greater going to trade school than getting a liberal arts degree. And that's just a fact. If you look at average income, the stats are out and the jury's out on this. But for some reason, not a lot of people understand that. So how can people get into the space industry without college? My understanding, based off, you know, a few conversations we've had, Tim, and some of my own research, is that there's a lot of transferable skills from construction, the utilities industry that can be translated to space. That's why SpaceX and Blue Origin are going after oil and gas in Texas. As an individual, because there's 2 answers, individual and macro. As an individual, I would shop trade schools the way high school students are shopping colleges. Ask what the placement rate is coming out of their program. If a school is accredited, then this information is public. So it's a mandate in order for them to facilitate federal student loans in a FAFSA. They have to publish what their placement rate is in the industry. Because we were, when we were earlier, we were playing around with business models and we thought, hey, maybe we'll help the full life cycle of help people get into trade schools and help them get into employers. And it turns out for most trade schools, that placement rate is like in the high 80s, 90th percentile. So not a lot of help we can do there. So we want to help get people into trade schools. So shameless plug, we make it easy for people to find these training programs for a particular career. And we point out the cost, the time of certification, rating of the program, in a side by side, just to make it easy. The only caveat is we're only operating in San Diego right now, but we have plans to expand later this year. So for now, for anyone who's not in San Diego, which is probably most people on this call, I would start with calling trade schools. And this is advice not necessarily for you, but for people you talk with on who's considering to get into a trade. Talk to the trade school and ask to speak with an alumni. Interview them about what they're doing now, how much they make, what their lifestyle looks like, and how that school helped them get there. So that's at the individual level. At the macro level, I would continue to promote how cool it is to work on things that fly into space. I think that's awesome. And that's a huge asset that you can leverage. But also promote what kind of lifestyle this career can bring. Remember, Gen Z and millennials are all about lifestyle design. This was like made popular by Tim Ferriss, who authored the 4-Hour Work Week. Gen Z and millennials get a bad rap for like not wanting to work hard. It's not that they don't want to work hard, it's that they don't want to work on a manufacturing line for 40 years and just get a pension. Like they see information, they see what's on TikTok and Instagram. They're like, wow, this guy's walking around like interviewing guys with cool cars and making money. I want to do that. Yeah, but like NFTs, totally different conversation. Like less than 0.1% of people are making money doing this, and it's just not realistic. So what can you do? You can get into a job where you have more time flexibility. You get to work outside, work with your hands. Every day is different, and make a comfortable living to support a family and buy a house earlier on and actually have like a really nice lifestyle for yourself. I have one more point, and then I think I only have a couple minutes here. So my last point here is, how do we break the college for all mentality? And I think there's three things here. One, bring awareness to the opportunities. Let's talk about what is the opportunity of going into a trade or a skilled career. Two, let's have a conversation about really the true cost benefit of going to college. There's almost $2 trillion in student loan debt in this country. Average person has 40 grand in student debt. And let's be real, we all know somebody with 6 figures of student loan debt. And if you don't know someone who does, well, after this talk with me, now you do. And number three, think not about the major you want, but rather your interest in what you want to do and whether that desire has actual associated marketable skills. We're moving into a skill-based economy. Degrees are mattering less and less. And we're seeing a big drop from the major tech companies of this requirement. They're saying, hey, we don't need to see a college degree. We just need to see that you can do the damn job. Gain an understanding of what skills are valuable in what fields and whether those fields are growing over time. And all this can be found publicly on the Bureau of Labor Statistics. That's my soapbox on this. As you can tell, I'm really passionate about this issue. Would love to take a few questions if there are any in the next few minutes here.
Yeah, no, that was a phenomenal talk there, Gabe. I couldn't agree more with the core message there, that we've for too long sort of sidelined the trades. There's no shop class in school. There's trades are dirty, grubby, even just how we talk about it, where you get your hands dirty, doesn't appeal to as many people. But that lifestyle piece, I think, is a huge importance. People hear stories of kids coming out of college and getting several $100,000 a year job offers. Yeah, but you're working in an investment bank, working 20 hours a day, And how long
What
can
kind
you,
of lifestyle is that?
yeah, how long can you honestly do that?
The average, by the way, the average is like 2 to 3 years.
Right.
People burn out and they bounce and do something else.
And, in some of these trades, especially in aerospace, which is like 30% higher pay than the average for these trades, which is already well paid. You're looking at easily 6 figures within a year or two of starting, especially now with the shortage of workers. And like, that was unheard of when I started after college. I started at half that.
I started at half that too, and that is not too long ago. It's with an engineering degree, by the way.
Yeah, right.
That was the thing that ticked me off the most about engineering school, is that they're like, oh yeah, you have all these ambitions. Great. How much can I make coming out of college? Oh, like 65 grand, and not like snubbing my nose at 65 grand. It's a good income, but it's like that grows at 3% a year. That's not like 65 grand to 150 grand. That's not how that industry works, but the trades do work that way.
Oh yeah, for sure. When you're talking with these students, when you're working in these schools, is there any resistance that you're getting? Is are people pushing back? Are kids pushing back, other than the like, oh, isn't that like no fun, dirty? Is there something that seems like more of a reasonable pushback that maybe needs to be overcome as we're talking?
Yeah, that's a good question. And, to be fair, after our pilot program at the schools, we completely pivoted away from that. We will come back to that. Our model and our funding just doesn't support taking that huge, that lift to get into high schools.
Yeah.
So we're not there yet. But what I found pleasantly surprising was talking with teachers and counselors and administrators and parents. They actually acknowledge that this is true. They acknowledge it. But when it's like, well, are you going to promote this to your son or daughter? Like, well, they're kind of more destined for college. And it's like, well, why? And the interesting thing, and I personally experienced this, and I have friends that experience it, even if you didn't go to college as a parent, you have this idea that that's like the only pathway to success. Only one of my parents went to college, and the other one was like, hey, you have to go. Yeah, I'm like, why? Oh, because you're going to have a better lifestyle. And like, yes, statistically that can happen, but it really depends on what you major in, and it really depends where you go. And as an average, the cards are against you.
No, it's really true. And, we hear all the time that even 4 years degrees are not taking 4 years. You're taking 5, 6+ years. Mm-hmm. And that's all lost earning potential. Most of these trade programs, you may switch halfway through, but now you're switching in a 2-year program or less.
Right.
And you're now making up a ton of time with on-the-job learning, being paid instead of paying to go.
Mm-hmm. Like apprenticeship programs.
Yep. Far fewer years working as a bartender or barista while you're in school. And the benefits are huge, especially if it's something you already like or are interested in doing.
Yeah, and that's the key here, is that we really have to look at, what are your interests and what are you interested in doing? And let's align that with the career, and not like arbitrarily choose a major that you have some interest in. Like, again, nothing against liberal arts, but like, it's really hard to make a career out of art history. You could be, and I like art history, you could be fascinated with art history, but unless you're going to go teach or curate a museum, it's really hard to pull that off. So I think we need to have these more realistic conversations, and really acknowledge that this is not a subpar route. This is actually an equivalent, if not better.
Yeah, no, agreed. I think that, and as Joy mentioned, staying on that message over and over is what we need to do. So. Yep. Yeah.
Tim, thanks for the opportunity to speak here. Really appreciate it.
Thanks for coming on. Can't wait to see what you all do next. Look forward to catching up again soon.
You got it. I'll drop my website here if anyone wants to check us out. Awesome. Thanks, guys. Take care.
Take care. All right. Next up, we're joined by Rob Gabert from SpacePack. Rob is a engineer and government professional dedicated to making U.S. leadership in space a priority in Congress. Rob has over 10 years experience forming deep relationships in Congress, across government agencies, and has extensive industry knowledge in helping clients throughout the aerospace sector, ranging from space logistics to in-space resource utilization. We're excited to have you here, Rob, to talk a little bit more about Space PAC, what's going on in the policy world, and does DC actually do anything for the rest of us?
Thanks, Tim. And I just want to echo Gabe. I think what you're doing is wonderful. And I think that's a big part of what we're trying to do with Congress is try to humanize the space industry, and educating people the opportunities to work in the space industry is super important. I think as the conflict in Ukraine has shown, things aren't the same anymore. There are new world alliances forming. The U.S. isn't policing all the shipping lanes anymore. We're not policing the world. So new alliances are forming, and I think space is going to be the place where we create our greatest partnerships. But I think, Gabe, on your point as well, is college really necessary? Things are changing. You're not going to go work for GE for 30 years and get a pension. It's very rare, but and we need to start valuing hard work with our hands. And the space industry needs people that can bend aluminum and steel. I think if you look at any of the job postings for the industry, they need welders, they need CNC machiners, from software to marketing, HR, accounting. We need everyone. And I don't think the space industry does a great job at communicating to Washington or the public that this is just a normal everyday business. Space gets, it's either a science fiction thing or it's a thing for billionaires. But in reality, we're just a terrestrial business. And the most important thing that we can do as a nation and a civilization is lead in space, so that we don't have adversaries putting more pressure on us. There's going to be strategic orbits, there's strategic resources in space. Whoever leads in space, their values are magnified down to earth. And so what Space PAC is doing is just kind of humanizing the industry and educating members of Congress that aren't on space committees. A lot of the bills that can help the industry the most run through tax committees and finance committees. How do we make space an economic development zone, or get accelerated depreciation on launch vehicles and payloads? Or how do we create bonds for long-term space infrastructure? I think Tim and the foundation has done a great job with the Space Corporate Act to create bonding mechanisms. No one's even talking about it. So maybe, we're just here to amplify those messages and turn it back to the humans. Tell the public you can participate in this economy, the $1 trillion space economy, but we got to just start amplifying that message. And that's what the PAC's kind of been set up to do. And we've got two kind of main functions for the PAC. And one side of it, we raise money and we'll host fundraisers for members on these tax and finance committees. We're starting there. We're trying to stay narrow and allocate funds very narrowly right now to start banging on that drum, so the industry can start getting the incentives that the real estate industry does. The real estate industry gets bonus appreciation on assets. They get a thing called a 1031 exchange, where they can sell an investment, and then without paying any taxes on it, we can invest it in another company or a building. Why don't we do that with the space industry? The real estate industry has opportunity zones where if you invest in low income areas, you get tax incentives. I don't think there's a whole lot of income in space right now. So why not make that an opportunity zone? So I think the main role of the PAC is just to humanize the industry, simplify it, talk in terms that these people understand, get the everyday American involved in it. And, that's what we're doing. And, having a good time doing it. There's a lot of people that are very interested in this. We've got a series of fundraisers set up throughout financial services and ways and means committees. So, and we need all the help we can get, especially the most effective way to talk to Congress is bringing people in. And, you know, anyone on this call could come to DC and participate in one of our events. And this isn't, you know, there's a lot of advocacy on the Hill through a lot of great companies and nonprofits. But you're usually getting a low-level staffer who's, quite frankly, ready to go to happy hour instead of listening to 3 very technical concepts. And so we're doing things a little bit different, but it's what every other industry in the whole world does. You go to fundraisers for members and you have big banks there, you Medicare and insurance and agriculture and transportation. All these big Titan industries are helping these members get reelected that support their causes. And we're not doing anything that's revolutionary. It's just a void that needed to be filled. And so we're excited to do that on the political side, but on the other side of the pack, we can raise money from corporations to run ads. And it's not going to be running for or against candidates. This is a completely bipartisan thing. It's going to say, hey, this bill is going through Congress, and hey, why is space important to me, Joe the plumber? What happens if my GPS goes out? What happens if we didn't have satellite imagery over Ukraine right now? You know, how much are we going to know about the climate in 10 years just through our space assets? There's a million different things. And what happens if China takes over as the leader in space? You know, they have already won the race to rare earth elements. They own probably 95% of them. Africa, they own all the minerals there. So we're in pretty big trouble here on Earth. And, you know, we're really amplifying that if we can stay out ahead of them in space, we have a little bit of leverage. Without that, you know, we're going to be a little less free. We're going to be a little more censored, and it's kind of scary to think of. So I think space is kind of our opportunity to just take it and grab it and run with it. And after working with 5 years, over 5 years with different space companies, I know that there's brilliant entrepreneurs all across the spectrum just building the technologies for the future that are going to help the space economy grow, but eventually, you know, make U.S. leadership in space. You know, NASA and the DoD aren't developing technologies anymore. We know that private industry and entrepreneurs are building the technologies. You know, we have to just bang on the drum and let the government create the demand signal for these services and lay the infrastructure with some bills that will help economic development and incentivize more capital to flow into the investment community or into the space industry. So we're doing a lot of that things. I've got a million other things to say, but Tim and the foundation have been great allies with us, and they've really been helping shape messaging. And it's an exciting time to be in the industry, and Congress has no clue that this is even happening.
Yeah, it's true. It's pretty weird talking with congressional members and their staff about the space sector, and there's, you know, almost 2 stock responses where it's, oh, that's science fiction, or screw those billionaires. And not a lot in between. There are a handful of members who are pretty jazzed about the space sector, pretty much because their districts are, you know, hold a lot of space jobs. But otherwise, most Congress people don't think space matters to them. And we see repeatedly every time industry surveys are done, economic analyses are done, that there are tens of thousands of space jobs scattered across the country. You know, no state has fewer than 1,000 space jobs. that includes Iowa. So it's pretty cool to know that, but now the issue becomes, how do we continue to communicate that, get that message to these decision makers? And that's where I think SpacePack is going to be a great tool, because that's meeting these decision makers where they're at, speaking in a language they understand with tools they're used to.
Yeah, and like on your point, a lot of advocacy goes through the space committees, and it's great. I would love NASA to get more of a budget. I'd love, Space Force definitely needs more of a budget. But again, as you mentioned, they're kind of job programs from people that have been doing this for a long time, and I don't think a lot of people understand that most companies that are going to be building the solutions that keep like the US leading are actually small businesses. They're less than 100 people.
Yeah.
And again, it's not just rocket scientists. You need some of those guys and engineers, obviously, but it's a lot of people that can run in a CNC machine and weld stuff. It's very underrated in marketing and HR. I think space. I think it's starting to happen. I can feel it, that companies are realizing that the PR side of the industry hadn't been that great for a long time, and so I'm encouraged that more companies are trying to tell better stories about what they're doing. And there's people telling the stories of ending poaching in Africa, because we can see everything now. Like what's happening with all our imagery, we're going to know everything about the Earth, for better or worse, but it's going to deter a lot of bad actors from doing things that have been traditionally just, let's just not talk about it. And, and I just don't think people realize that that's a space thing. It gets just swept into this pile where it's a billionaire thing, and it's inspirational, all this, but even like the inspiration for Netflix thing, that was amazing thing for the space industry. But if you talk to like regular people off the street, they're like, yeah, that's whatever.
Yeah.
I remember watching Starship land for the first time. I was like crying, and people were like, what are you doing? What are you watching? And I'm like, this is like the most important inflection point in our history, and you don't even care about it. So I think we got to tell people what happens if your TikTok doesn't work anymore, or what happens if we just we don't have all this information that you're used to having. What happens if we don't understand our climate more? There's a lot of climate alarmists out there, and rightfully so, but like space lets us understand this. Nuclear energy would eliminate this problem, but the biggest anti-nuclear energy people are environmentalists, ironically. But it's a confusing place, and we have such short memory spans and attention spans that we've got to figure out a way to get space to be understood a little bit simpler to people. And I think telling the stories of the blue collar workers in Kentucky or wherever, in Iowa, in states that aren't Florida, California, and Texas, nothing against those guys, it's just that's business as usual. We have to show everyone that you can play in this business. You don't have to just work and be a cog in the wheel, or at least be a cog in the wheel for the most exciting thing going on. It's not a bad thing, and it's a good life. And so I think, and that's what Congress wants to hear. They don't want to hear about technical, how are we going to do these very technical things. It sounds, they get it. It goes in and out. It's just, they've got this much attention because in 15 minutes, they're meeting with Goldman Sachs. In 15 minutes, they're meeting with Aflac or whatever entity. We've got a millimeter seconds. That doesn't make any sense. I'm an engineer too, but that's a distance and a time. But we just got to do a better job compressing our story and expressing that and humanizing it. So that's what we're working on.
Well, and that's been a huge problem for the space sector for decades now is, engineers are not big fans of condensing technical explanations. You need to make sure it has it all. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Like, they need all this context. In reality, if nobody's building what you're talking about or, working in that area, they probably don't need to know the tolerances.
They don't need to know the orbits. They don't need to know any of the technical specifications. There shouldn't be any sort of any unit of measurement in any conversation.
Right. Unless it's dollars and jobs.
I know there's a lot of people that hate, making space just a jobs thing. And I get it, because it's big aerospace that has those job programs, but now it's just about everyone.
Yeah.
Everyone can participate. Every state has a role, and we got to do a better job telling that story. It's not, and if I think there's been a lot of attention on China and what's happening with our supply chains, and we realize we outsourced everything, and this is a chance to bring manufacturing home. And if we want to have any sort of advantage in the future, I mean, we are still in very bad shape across supply chain, rare earth elements that make up all our satellites.
Yep.
I'm worried, but I'm optimistic. I think people are waking up, and we've got to lead in some sector, and we've got to get more people out of the coffee shops and into the woodworking shops, if you will.
It's true. Ashley had a question. Do you think space being so embedded in pop culture is why some people aren't impressed by space anymore?
Maybe. I mean, during the Apollo era, it was just a whole nation, and JFK having an amazing speech. It was just like and there was conflict, with the Russians. That's unfortunately, conflict is a natural way to progress things.
Yeah.
But there was just a moment where we didn't have instantaneous access to information on everything, and we didn't have to scroll through a Chinese spy app called TikTok and watch stupid videos. I mean, I'm just as guilty as any of these kids dancing around. I scroll, and I think I tell myself that I get more information. I don't do like social stuff with Instagram or Facebook. I'm on Twitter though. I'm like, okay, I can learn from the smartest people in the world, but over time you read so much that you didn't get anywhere. And I've got time limits on my phone that only allow me to do certain things. But I think we've got an attention problem.
Mm-hmm.
I think we've put too much attention on celebrities and pop culture, and being an NBA player or an influencer. It looks so easy to do, but actually a lot of the influencers, they work really hard. I'm not going to undercut them. It's really hard work, and you got to be very diligent. But I guess, we just see rockets go off. It just doesn't seem like it matters to teenagers. Why? I mean, they just grew up with it. The Falcon 9s have been landing themselves forever now.
Yeah.
I don't know. That's a tough one. I mean, that's just we're humans, and we like to find pleasure is the easiest way possible, and there's a lot of great people following, SpaceX and all these people around doing documentaries. It's great.
Yeah.
And so I think the content's getting there that people are gonna like want to get involved. I can feel it. We're not quite there, but it's hard to get an everyday person excited about the industry, and really, you almost have to scare them a little bit to care about it, unfortunately. So it's where we are, but it's reality. If we're not leading in space, we're going to be a little less free than we were today.
Yeah, no, and I think another, you talk a lot about space having a PR problem. I think that's a huge piece of why people aren't impressed, because if you listen to a lot of space talks, especially ones from a few years ago, you feel dumb listening to them. You're like, they're talking like I should know all this stuff. Like, especially if you're somebody just coming in, and nobody likes to feel that way. And so you're presented with this weird situation where like, well, I can either get my fix for space that I like from somewhere else, Star Trek, Star Wars, whatever, or I've got to listen to these rocket scientists, and I don't like how that makes me feel. And so you've got this sort of weird situation. And so people are in that habit of like, I don't want to hear from a rocket scientist, so I'm just going to go hear from Neil deGrasse Tyson. All righty.
Yeah. No, I think you're spot on, man. There are a lot of technical people in this industry, and I think it's changing though. I'm not saying,
no, great.
I think I can feel the change happening.
Yeah.
And so I'm optimistic about it. But traditionally it's way out there. I mean, Elon does a great job. He's one of the best storytellers ever. Yeah, his mission is, kind of making us a multi-planetary species, which is exciting for some people, but I think we're trying to get back to the root, not the end goal, but to the root of why does it matter us today to normal people? How can I participate?
Right.
Just rolling it back and just cutting off any technical jargon. It's just simple stories, and that again is not rocket science.
Yeah.
We're just doing simple stories that people can say, listen to 5 seconds and say, oh, I get that.
Yep.
And yeah, that's important. Instead of like, well, we have to get these logistics networks set up that use these things that have X delta V and this orbit, and which is awesome. I love that stuff. I'm a total geek about it. But you got to know your audience.
Oh yeah.
And our audience right now, if we want to build out a robust space economy, we got to get the public on board first. Congress gets on board if the public does.
Yeah.
And we're trying to do a little bit of both of that, just kind of slow by little by little, and fundraiser by fundraiser. And we've got a lot of people interested. They're like, wow, yeah, I'm on the financial services committee, but I'd never really heard a lot about space. I'd love to learn about it.
Yeah.
And these people are eager to learn, these members of Congress, and we're doing that and educating them. And when it's time to, when a bill goes through, there's already a good amount of bills that hit Congress. Mm-hmm. There's the American Space Corporation Act, what you guys are doing, the American Space Commerce Act, where you depreciate payloads and launch. There's a bunch of them that get to introduce, and then they get referred to these committees, and they never get picked up again. So kind of just starting out, it's fundamentally first principles. We're going to take some of those bills that are already been introduced and try to get them reintroduced here soon. And then we'll start launching ad campaigns, and we can target our demographics very accurately. I'll say that. I mean, we can target a member of Congress's house just directly, so he'll think it's a nationwide ad campaign. But but we'll say, hey, this bill is very important. You should think about this. This is why this is going to help America lead in space, and this is how it affects your life. So we're doing little things like that, and we're really trying to build up our attendance of people that want to come to DC. Want to go talk to members of Congress directly, not in a stuffy office with a staffer that doesn't really care. They're trying to get to happy hour. We're going to be at the happy hour or the dinner or the steakhouse with the member directly, and we can talk about your company. How does your company help America? How does your company help a district? Who are you hiring? All the diverse people that you hire into your companies in the diverse amount of roles. So again, it's not rocket science. Every other industry in the whole world does this. I think the big guys have their own PACs and they do good stuff, but it's not really public. And this is just a tool for anyone who's in the industry or any advocate of the industry who wants to kind of bang on the drum a little more. I think we can get some stuff done.
Yeah, no, agreed. And you mentioned the staffers with the happy hour. They're trying to get to that happy hour that you're talking about. And so you may get 45 minutes with the member, but there's a good chance you have 2 more hours with that staffer who's now much more willing to hear what you have to say 2 drinks in. So it really works out.
Yeah, it's everyone is a person. So everyone, you don't put these people on pedestals. They're, obviously people get nervous talking to members of Congress or anyone, but they're people.
Right.
They've got to watch and they've got a job. They've got bills. They've got problems at home. And so, talk to them like a human being and you're going to get a lot better results out of it. And building relationships is key. And over the last 10 years, I've been doing that in Washington. My congressman was in my wedding. There's just ways to just create genuine relationships with people. And it's not a transactional thing. I think a lot of people say, oh, you all are paying politicians off and things like this. There's too much money in politics. There probably is, quite frankly.
Yeah.
But, everyone's doing it. And the way I like to play is just, build up relationships and talk to people, send them articles when they're, about things that they'd be interested in, give them ideas that doesn't even have anything to do with my issues. And I've just been able to build a great network across the Senate and the Congress. I get invited to a lot of things and I'm just telling stories and we got to do a better job doing that. So again, it's not anything brilliant, rocket science that we're doing. It's just something that needs to be done. And, we're really, really trying to raise money to help, both get people to come to our events, to meet these members and talk to them. So if you'd be interested in doing that, reach out. I'll put my website and contact in the chat here shortly. But and then on the other side, if you want to help start running, space propaganda, if you will, to help just get everyday people say, hey, what happens if my phone doesn't work? Just really getting that message, that urgency, like, oh man, I should probably care about space a little more. So we're doing that on both fronts, and it's been fun so far. And I've talked to people all across the industry, and not one of them says a terrible idea. So I feel pretty good about it. And then we've got a lot of good endorsements from people like Greg Autry and Gordon Resler, top DOD people, and former congressmen that run the science and space committees. And so we've got a lot of support from people that have been doing this way longer than I have, which has been encouraging. And they're saying, let's go for it. And we're going to try to do it.
Sounds good. Great to have you here, Rob. Hear how things are going and what's new. So thank you.
Thanks. Well, I'm gonna type in my email and the website in the chat
Perfect.
here. So anyone who wants to reach out, learn more. I know there's a lot of questions, probably technical questions. I can take on anything. It's not politics and fundraising is not always just, straightforward. So I get if there's questions. So please reach out. I'd love to hear from you regardless. And it's not, again, it's not a partisan thing. We're going to be raising money for anyone who cares about what we're talking about. So if you have members or relationships with people in your district, we'd love people to help advocate for your member and bring them to the table. Say, hey, would you vote on this bill? And if they will, then we'll support them. So it's a group effort, and we need everyone we can to help. And I'm glad there's Foundation of the Futures and all these different groups doing all these different parts. It's going to take all of us to do it, and I'm optimistic about the future, and I hope you guys are too.
Agreed, and excited to see what's next for SpacePack. So look forward to hearing what's coming. Thanks, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
All right, next up is John Mankins. John is the president of the Artemis Innovation Management Solutions and the Mankins Space Technology Company. He's a director of Solar Space Technologies, vice president of the Moon Village Association, and is a dean and professor at the online Kepler Space Institute. John used to work at NASA and the Jet Propulsion Laboratory, where he held numerous positions, including in the Office of Spaceflight, Assistant Associate Administrator for Advanced Systems, the Chief Technologist for Human Exploration and Development of Space. He received the NASA Exceptional Technology Achievement Medal. He holds a BS from Harvey Mudd College, an MS from UCLA, an MBA from Claremont Graduate University, and is a member of the American Association for the Advancement of Science, the IEEE Sigma Z?
Xi.
There we go. And IAAA, IAA. Mankins is known for definitions related to the technology readiness levels and is one of the world's leading experts in the field of space solar power. I say one of, but I feel like it should be the with an underline. So we're really excited to have you here, John, and hear more from you. Thanks for being here.
It's a pleasure. Good morning from the left coast to everybody who's on the line. If you don't mind, unlike the last couple of speakers, I'd like to share some slides.
Please do.
So what I'd like to give you this morning or this afternoon is a quick update on the status of solar power satellites in 2022, making the assumption that many of you don't spend quite so much time each week keeping track of this subject as I do. So a lot of advocates for sustainable or green energy solutions went into COP26 last fall in Glasgow, Scotland, expecting that there would be pledges and that the solutions to the world's energy problems would sort of leap out and everybody would sign up and say, yeah, that's what we're going to go do. The fact of the matter was that it was not so smooth a conversation. There were not so many solutions put on the table. And one of the most compelling issues facing the world with regard to energy over the coming decades did not seem to get much discussion whatsoever. And that is the fact that although we are spending a lot of time talking about the transition to carbon net zero energy options among what I'm describing on this slide as the Northern Oceanic countries, it's European, UK, Nordic, US, Mexico, Canada, and lumping in also from Asia, Australia, New Zealand, and Japan. This together represents about 1 billion individuals who have the highest standard of living in the world today. It's about 58,000 kilowatt hours per person per year being consumed by these 1 billion people. This neglects the other 7 billion people who are predominantly in India and China, totaling 3 billion in each of those two countries, but also including the remaining 3 billion in other parts of the world. And as you look out over the coming decades, the number one issue is in sub-Saharan Africa and Mediterranean Africa and the Middle East, where you have a total of about 1.5 billion people today using, in sub-Saharan Africa at least, about 5,900 kilowatt hours per year. But that population is projected by the United Nations to grow to 3.7 billion people, i.e. more than triple by the end of this century. So if you combine the tripling of the population and the increase which they're actively seeking of the amount of energy that they consume to something resembling a developed country, i.e. 10,000 or 20,000 kilowatt hours per person per year, so they can have a good quality of life, you end up with an enormous deficit in global energy planning and investments relative to what needs to happen. And if you look at it from the standpoint of carbon net zero, the problem gets even more severe. So there is an urgent need in the coming decade for novel energy solutions and for novel financing approaches to allow the deployment of massive new amounts of energy in the developing world, as well as the transformation of energy solutions to be less carbon intensive. Space solar power is the idea of harvesting sunlight in space, where it can be available almost continuously, and delivering it by means of large platforms deployed in space by wireless power transmission to receivers on Earth, where that power can be converted back into electricity and delivered to homes and businesses around the world. The sort of a key question might arise: how realistic is this? Could this really be done? Well, over the last decades, there have been any number of paper assessments demonstrating that space solar power is technically feasible. I thought I would show you a couple of photographs. The photo on the left is an end-to-end demonstration of the energy conversion physics of space solar power. It's fully functional. It's an artificial sun, which is the lamp, PV array, some electronics, a radio transmitter at the bottom of that that plastic box, and down below are some antennas and diodes converting the radio energy back into electricity. That is it. That is the entire physics of space solar power. It's another view of that same experiment in the center. On the right is a project and experiment, solar energy to RF transmitted from the crest of Haleakala, 147 kilometers over to receivers on Mauna Loa. Down below are a couple of examples of integrated boxes, more flight-like hardware that might go into space. The one on to the left on the lower right, it was done in Japan back around 2022. The one on the far right, lower right corner, was done at the Naval Research Laboratory by a team under Dr. Paul Jaffe. And that is that particular box, photovoltaics, electronics and structure, and then the RF transmitter. That particular technology demonstration is currently on orbit in the X-37B. It's been there for the last couple of years. The key point to this slide being that there's no fusion breakthrough required. There's no genetic engineering miracle. The physics of space solar power is 100% proven, 100% doable. The only issues have to do with the deployment of the system and the engineering to achieve financial viability. Three huge advances have taken us toward that realization since the idea of space solar power was invented decades ago. First and foremost, the idea of trading information for mass. Because of advances in solid state electronics, you can now embed electronics in every small section of a wireless powered transmitter, allowing you to compensate for fluctuations, for waves or wrinkles or slight distortions in the structure, and maintain a perfectly coherent power transmission, safe and effective and efficient to the receiver on the Earth. So getting rid of mass, making the system much lighter by substituting information enabled through the huge advances over the last several decades in solid state electronics. Breakthrough number one. Breakthrough number two, which has already been talked about this morning, is the radical reduction which has occurred in the last 7 years in the cost of launch. And this has been basically pioneered by SpaceX through the Falcon 9 reusable, the Falcon Heavy, achieving launch costs on order $2,000 per kilogram, a reduction from the $20,000 or more that has been standard for launch systems over the last 50 years. And with the new systems that are promised, in particular Starship and the Blue Origin New Glenn launch vehicle, launch cost reductions of up to 99% or more are on the immediate horizon. At the same time, the cost of space hardware, solar-powered, space-qualified RF systems, has already been proven to be amenable to radical cost reduction through mass production in factories. And in particular, the Starlink constellation, but also the Kuiper system, OneWeb, and others are all demonstrating that spacecraft can be manufactured in factories, on assembly lines, and at a tiny fraction of the cost of conventional spacecraft systems. In particular, whereas a conventional Earth orbiting spacecraft might be on the order of $100,000 to $300,000 per kilogram, the Starlink satellite is on the order of less than $2,000 per kilogram, on the path to $1,000 per kilogram or less. That again, that's a 99% reduction. So one, the systems can be wildly lighter, less massive because of the substitution of information rather than mass. Two, the cost of launch is on the precipice of going down by 99% or more. And three, the cost of the hardware out of which you would make solar power satellites, that has already come down by 99% or more. And finally, there's an enormous amount of effort and cost that's going in every year in wind and terrestrial solar. This just shows an example data set. And it shows the reason why ground-based solar, ground-based wind are limited is because of their intermittency. Space solar power is the perfect complement to these systems because the platform based in space can send its energy essentially anywhere on the Earth below it, i.e. any place where the satellite can see. That enables the platform to direct its energy to where the sun is not shining, to places where the wind is not blowing. And it allows space solar power to complement terrestrial investments in sustainable energy. Okay, there's a question with regard to nuclear power and its backlash. Space solar power certainly, and whether or not the space solar power might have the same sort of backlash. I'll just come to that quickly, and then we can come back to it later. The current discussions really revolve around whether or not we can build enough new power plants to provide all the energy that everybody is going to need over the coming decades. There is such a tremendous crush of demand that even nuclear power is getting a relook. Lots of people are now advocating again for nuclear energy because it's carbon net zero. And certainly space solar power has its own issues to consider. It's not the same issues as nuclear power. For example, we could talk about this more later. The concerns about the health and safety of the wireless power transmission. But I think all the direction that every part of the market is going right now in terms of terrestrial energy markets is there just isn't enough energy, and where are we going to get everything that's needed? So it doesn't remove the burden to demonstrate safety and effectiveness and cost effectiveness, but it does mean that the audience on a policy standpoint is looking for new solutions that can take the world in the right direction. This is a particular, back on the slide now, this is a particular solar power satellite concept that I champion. It's called SPS Alpha, solar power satellite by means of arbitrarily large phased array. These set of numbers assume a variety of specifications. System is sized to deliver 2,000 megawatts. That's power for 1 million homes on the ground. The transmitter is quite large, but relatively low mass. But I'd say relatively low mass. It's about 7,500 tons, which is large for a space system, but quite small for a terrestrial system. The receiver on the ground has a diameter of about 7 kilometers. That's about 4 miles, which is quite large, but it produces 2,000 megawatts of electricity, 2 gigawatts continuously, as long as the power is being delivered from space. At a very high level, I know the time is quite short this morning. I just want to highlight a couple of specific characteristics. One, that the power is available 99.95% of the time, i.e. almost continuously. Two, that the cost of that electricity using the kinds of launch system represented by Starship is on the order of 5 cents a kilowatt hour, which competes with the very best terrestrial renewable energy options available. That each platform, once it was deployed, would generate on the order of $2 billion per year in net revenue. That's net revenue after costs are taken into account. And that each solar power satellite that was being built would represent between 50,000 and 100,000 work years, speaking now to the aerospace jobs impact. So if one were to develop and deploy 100 solar power satellites, i.e. 200 gigawatts of power, that would represent on order 10,000 work years of aerospace industry activity, and then so on, scaled with the amount of solar power that's being deployed. This just provides a quick comparison with other terrestrial energy options, coal and gas, combined cycle, and others. And you can see that even today with the launch system like Falcon 9 reusable, space solar power has the opportunity to deliver power at less than many existing options, particularly ground-based solar with storage. And as the costs come down and approach the costs associated with Starship, it gets below about 5 cents a kilowatt hour. I want to just close with a quick highlight of all the things that are going on internationally now. The last 7 years have seen an enormous boom in the amount of international activities ongoing on space solar power. There's the development of Starship and New Glenn, of course. There's also a development of a reusable launcher in China, in Japan, studies in Europe, a project underway in New Zealand through Rocket Lab, ongoing development of new SPS concepts. There is a significant program in the US. From my perspective, unfortunately, it is only for military applications, and the cost targets there are too high to compete with terrestrial energy options. There's a fair amount of work which is ongoing in China. They've just opened up two new laboratories. They have a national program to develop SPS. There are ongoing university studies around the world. The United Kingdom just framed their new space policy to include space solar power, and they have a new initiative called the Space Power Initiative that will be starting funding this year. European Space Agency is doing a system study on space solar power. The NASA is starting to think about space solar power, but only has a low-level in-house cost-benefit study underway. And compare this to the situation, say, 10, 15 years ago, when really there were just low-level activities in Japan. I should have mentioned, I dropped Japan from this list, that there is an ongoing project still in Japan, and that they have declared a new goal as of December of last year, to have the first solar power satellite demonstration on orbit by 2025. Okay.
That was a great update on what space solar power is, what's going on. Dustin had a question that is usually the first question anybody has when you start talking space-based solar power, and that essentially is, doesn't this turn into the Death Star if it misses its receiver?
Right. And so the nice thing, well, you certainly have that opportunity. If you wanted to build a Death Star and use it for wireless power transmission, you could. But in this particular case, the wavelength of electromagnetic waves that I'm talking about are in the microwaves. That wavelengths are about the length of your hand, and they are literally not capable of being focused any more narrowly than an energy intensity of about 100 to 200 watts per square meter. I know that's a little daunting, but just for reference, summer sunlight, when you go out in the sun on the equator, say you happen to be in Cancun and you go out on the beach in June, the maximum you can get is about 1,000 watts per square meter. And so the power transmission is on the order of 10% of summer sunlight.
Okay.
But it's 24/7, which is the reason why it's interesting.
Yeah. No, and so it sounds like if you're going to walk through the beam and stay there for a while, just put on some sunscreen. Otherwise, you'll be fine.
Well, and it's again, the wavelengths are so long, you couldn't even get a suntan. You just feel a little warm.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Man,
regardless of all the stories about using artificial power transmission to get tanning of various locations, you can't do that here.
Yeah, look at
That was a good oblique reference.
Yeah, it really was. It really was very very relevant currently. But no, it's super cool to be watching, Starship as it's bringing down these launch costs, because I know, early estimates of some of these systems was hundreds of billions of dollars, if not more, to get something like this into space. And so a lot of the talk around it was, well, that'll never happen. Then we'll wait until something changes. And now we're looking at less than $1,000 a kilo, on its way to 100, if not lower. Elon has said he wants it lower. And so that dramatically changes the game, especially since ground-based power plants are not much more expensive in many cases.
Yeah, that really makes a big difference. One of the slide I didn't show is a comparison between space solar and ground-based hydro. Hydro is probably the closest comparison.
Yeah.
So for example, the amount of area that you need for a given amount of energy, like 2,000 megawatts, the space solar power system is on the order of 7% of the area that's required for Hoover Dam.
Oh, wow.
And Hoover Dam only produces on average about 500 megawatts. And so for a tiny fraction of the amount of area of Lake Mead, you can get 4 times as much energy.
Yeah. Well, and I'm not used to thinking how much power is in a megawatt, much less a gigawatt, as I'm sitting here with my computer that's running a 200 watt power supply. But I did some quick Googling while you were talking, and 750,000 homes can be powered by a single gigawatt. Right. New York only uses 11 gigawatts a day. So like, that helps put this in perspective. That's really impressive power generation capability that can be then redirected where needed to fill gaps. It's pretty cool. One question from the live stream is, can this go to multiple locations simultaneously? Each one of these satellites.
So you could do that, but it's not the most efficient. When you try to split the beam, it tends to make it spill a bit.
Okay.
So the way this works is, wherever you want to send the energy to, it sends a reference signal, a pilot, saying, "Hey, I'd like some power."
Yeah.
And the beam can only go to the spot that's been authorized to receive it, but I can change that spot in less than 5 seconds. So I can send power to New York, and then as it gets on towards morning or afternoon or something, the sun's about to go down or the power's about to change, I could shift it and in 5 seconds I could be sending it to Mexico City.
Oh, okay.
Or I could split the power between New York and Mexico City and just switch it back and forth every 20 minutes.
Yeah.
And have a battery system to levelize the load.
Yeah.
So that everybody sees constant power.
Yeah.
But the satellite's sending it 1-1. It's like a multiplex. It's a time.
Yeah. No, that's a really cool system. And no doubt, as launch costs are going down, photovoltaic efficiency is going up. And so it's, I'm sure by the time we start seeing this in orbit, the size of what it can generate is only going to go up. So that's really cool. Yeah. Well, thanks for being here today, John. It was great hearing about that, and was a perfect way to close out our event on space energy. It, hearing about what's going on, how things are looking, what's coming next has been fantastic. We are always excited and honored by the speakers who show up and lend their expertise to what is happening. And we're excited about next month's Conversation for the Future. We're partnering with Space Force Association for national security space. So look out for invitations to that. You can find out more about it on our website, f4fspace.org. And we look forward to seeing you there. Have a good one, everyone.